After another hiatus, we finally have the crew back, waking from their well-deserved rest to gather the rewards for saving Keracht and Greylock at large. There's fights, goodbyes, surprises, all in all, an excellent way to end our first adventure. We hope you enjoy.
Yeah.
Waiting for the obligatory oh shit.
No, we're good.
Alright.
Oh crap, hold on.
Oh shit, wait a minute. Okay. So, we're gonna jump back in and figure out how to play this game. After our great hiatus. Now, where we left off last session, let me move you to the appropriate doobly-doo.
I like this one better.
If I recall correctly, we just killed Thanos.
Yes,
Yes.
that is precisely what happened.
Oh. He defeated Tim Lacos.
Yep. Well, you imprisoned.
Yeah, to be fair,
Tim Lacos.
Davynn defeated Tim Lacos.
Well,
The orb defeated Tim Lacos. Davynn screamed at the orb.
Davynn, to the use of his Dragon Ball, captured Tim Lacos, allowing Nasali enough space to reassert the seals on Greylock. Why is Greylock on fire?
Because couldn't recognize the city, and I was like, I'm pretty sure it's Greylock, but it's not on fire enough.
Oh.
The thing was, the fire was invisible, guys. Come on.
Yeah, fire was invisible until you guys showed up, and then the fire became quite real.
It should just be fire sound effects.
If you guys were still in the construct, it would definitely be fire sound effects. But yeah, so yes, the Dragon Ball ate Tim Lacos, and you guys got Nasali out of there and resting, and then everyone sort of whoosh, everyone sort of found their own little space to crash. After some people found booze. It is a strange amalgamation of the two. Yes. Clearly things come in and out of it. We've seen that. But it very definitely has a Dragon Ball vibe.
I mean, it definitely granted Davynn's wish of, please make this scary person go away.
Suck him into the void was the words that were used.
Yep. So now you've got an imprisoned Tim Lacos, who I'm sure is thrilled at his current situation.
Yeah, I'm sure we're never gonna have to deal with the consequences of that.
Nope.
Yep.
So everyone has fallen asleep. Even Xylund managed a cat nap.
I'm still in
Amazingly.
Nasali's room.
Yes, you are still in Asali's room. You're the only one left in Asali's room, as a matter of fact.
Where did Gayle go?
Gayle went to go find a bed. He's not sleeping on the floor.
I'm surprised
Yes.
Cat left the room.
Cat's well, Cat was up front. She's sort of marshaling the order, or whatever is left of them currently.
She knows
To
I got
get-
it under control.
Get things taken care of. So yeah, Cat was actually outside with Lana and Kern. And then she led you guys inside and made sure you found a place to sleep before she bailed. She said she wasn't going to do anything, but then she sort of disappeared into the depths of the castle, and you haven't seen her since. So
She's definitely doing something.
she's probably doing something. So everyone is resting. Xylund, in the midst of your cat nap, at some point in the night, there's no windows down here, so you have no idea what time it is. You feel kind of a breeze pass by you, enough to wake you up. And Nasali is no longer in her bed.
Oh shit! Is the door locked? Like,
Door's not locked, no.
did I hear it open or anything?
Oh yeah, door is still open, as a matter of fact.
Well, I would have closed it.
Well, yes, but she opened it on her way out.
Okay.
And left it open as she passed through.
I'll go charging after her.
Okay. She's again, down here is very different than sort of the dollhouse version that you guys were in before. It's not quite as square. There's a lot of twisty corridors. The stone is really rough under your hands. It's that same kind of mud color, but the stones are old and rough and cracked. And she runs her hand along it. And you can hear her muttering to herself. And it's a very different voice. When she speaks, she has a very clear, theatrical, projected speaking voice. And when she's speaking to someone one-on-one, she has a very soft, low voice. But this is very different. It's cracked and harsh. And you're not entirely sure what she's saying, as she sort of shuffles her way down the hall and traces the cracks in the stone as she goes.
I take out my flask and sort of nudge her with it. Might help your throat.
She doesn't acknowledge the nudge. She doesn't acknowledge physical contact at all.
I take a swig and put it back and just keep following her. Is there anything in the cracks that are are they just? What
They're
kind
just
of cracks
cracks.
are these?
They're just cracks in the stone. This is part of the old castle.
So they don't
was-
look new or anything?
No, these are extremely old stones. You're in the original part of the castle, and so when the cataclysm, when the crack occurred, this section of the castle was severely damaged, and you can see that. You can see just through the deep cracks running through the stone, and there's even still little gravel piles left in the corners. This section of the castle was sort of shut away, and wasn't rebuilt at any point.
Okay. I'll just keep following her then.
Okay. She walks for quite some time, muttering to herself, tracing the stones. Occasionally the pitch of her voice changes, so it sounds like she's having a conversation with herself. But she just walks the twisty-turny halls, even down into areas that are a little too small for you. Like, you gotta kind of scooch down to get into. She fits in okay. But yeah, she walks it for hours.
Hours?
Yeah, she doesn't stop.
She's not going anywhere? She's just like kind of
She's just
wandering?
walking the halls.
Okay, well, once it becomes clear that she's not actually headed anywhere, I'll sort of take her by the shoulder and sort of gently try to guide her back towards bed.
Okay. She will be guided. She doesn't appear to acknowledge you at all. She doesn't look up or look in your direction or anything, but you can guide her back. As long as she's always touching the stone, she seems to be content.
So we're underground, right?
Basically, yeah.
So there's no like shafts of moonlight catching her,
Mm-mm.
gallons of
No.
wafts behind her like I've always imagined or anything like that.
Well, you could make a very romanticized version of it. Like, she does have very platinum hair. She has very light skin. She does tend to wear very light clothing. So Yeah, while there are no shafts of moonlight coming down, she does kind of have a light of her own as
Good
she
enough.
walks through this dark hall.
Once I get her back to her room, I'll quickly sketch the scene that I just saw of her wandering the hallways.
Okay.
This feels creepy.
It's a little creepy, but I'll allow it. So that's Xylund's adventure. The rest of you, I imagine, sleep long and hard, and you rest up. You get your hit points back, and get all your spells back, and generally sleep away the nightmare that you have lived through.
Yes.
So as you start to rouse one at a time, the castle, which the entire time you've been in the real castle, once you escape the construct, it's been stone silent. There's nobody there. It's just been you guys. But now, as you start to wake up a little bit, it does take on kind of the buzz of other people being there. You can smell somebody cooking something. You can kind of catch. Okay. You can kind of catch the soft foot pads of people that are walking by your rooms. Those of you who chose rooms to sleep in, which I believe was most of you, would not be, or as you wake up, you see that someone has been in and left water in basins and what appear to be fresh sets of clothing for you without waking you. And I'll let you guys take it from there.
Oh
Well,
God! Somebody
up
came
and
into
at
my
'em.
room in the middle of the night. Oh, God.
Ah!
I'll get changed into the new clothing because actually, what kind of clothing is this? Is it fancy? Do I like it?
It's relatively fancy. It's made of it's a little higher quality than you're used to. It's linen instead of cotton, and it looks like it's whoever came up with it was probably guessing at what your size was. So it may not fit perfectly, but it's fairly. I mean, it's fairly nice clothing. Yes.
I'll put it on the clothing, then reconsider, and then go back and grab my shoulder cape and tack that on as well, even if it clashes, and then walk out to find everybody else.
Yes, it's very again. We're talking like a white shirt and just dark pants, so your cape will look lovely. It's very very neutral outfit. No, the twins are not still 16. No, they slept that
Oh,
off.
thank God.
Your 2 levels of exhaustion, however, are still there.
Yep.
That seems fine. You'll be fine.
And your stone legs are.
Yeah.
Still stone leg.
legs. Stone legs are still there. All other effects from from the wild magic adventure have worn away. Davynn no longer smells like lilacs. He has his hair
Is
back.
my hair back? Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
you got your hair back. So yes.
Yes.
Noel is growing out of a pony girl phase. Immediately.
Lily wakes up,
Alright.
realizes she's no longer 16, looks at her legs. Nope, still stone.
So what would
Long
y'all
time
like
for
to
your
do?
legs to be stone.
Trying to find everybody else right now.
Okay.
Probably just gonna go around knocking on doors and being like, "Hello."
I mean,
Well,
you at least know where Lily's room is, considering she passed down the hallway and you had a carrier there.
Yep. So I guess I'll start with Lily's room.
Okay.
Davynn, hello?
Hi, you're awake and alive and hopefully not hurt.
What time is it?
Good question. I haven't looked outside. Do I have an estimate of what time it is?
Yes, there are fairly large windows. Again, these are diplomatic suites. These are for the guests of the castle. So there are fairly large windows all throughout the room. It's probably mid-morning. It's definitely not dawn, but it hasn't hit afternoon yet either.
Yeah, a little bit into the morning. About time to get up, hopefully. Feel free to keep on sleeping if you want. Just wanted to check in.
No, I'll get up. Oh, clothes. That's lovely. Would you mind? I'd like to get changed.
I haven't opened the door yet, so okay.
Oh, I assumed you had.
I'll go find another door to knock on,
Okay.
and that'll continue for a bit.
So yeah, you're all in the same hall. So you will find Lana and Kern quite easily.
And yeah, just basically getting everybody up, making sure everybody's alive and still around. Is Xylund in this hall too?
No, Xylund's downstairs.
Oh, right, yes.
He's with Nasali. But everyone else came up here. Gayle came up here as well. He took one of the rooms. And
Davynn comes around.
Yeah.
Davynn!
Yes?
Castle might still have dark magic in it. I
What
explicitly
might have
locked my
magic?
door like 3 times and the bookshelf in front of it. And there were still clothes in my room afterwards.
I think that's okay. I think that's just hospitality.
No. No. Must be some evil still lurking here. We have to find it. Come on.
Okay, sure. Can you unbookshelf your door?
That's what they want us to do.
Then I can't really help you find the dark magic if I can't get into your room.
You have a point there. Alright. So I'll go outside.
Okay.
And to his horror, he sees Davynn wearing the clothes.
Dun, dun,
Oh,
dun. He's already gone over. Kern's always had paranoia +3.
No, he was already at a +3. That's 3 additional. Now he's at a +6.
Oh, I see.
To be fair, like last session,
Yeah.
I'm so paranoid that I was gonna try to convince you guys to send away the dragon orb.
Let's just throw it out of the window. That'll be fine.
Okay.
Let's just bury it in the memorial place where all the statues of all the deities were.
Blood
That's
well.
fine.
No, you just send it to the blood well. No. Well, alright. Well, let's see if this dark magic has invested the rest of our companions as well.
All right. So we've got Davynn, we've got Lily, we've got Kern, Lana,
I'll
I
take Lana
assume.
eventually.
Hey guys, we got nice new clothes. Wasn't that nice of them?
Who is
They
them?
showed up in my room. I don't know who them is, didn't see them or hear them, but I'm sure it's fine.
Well, whoever dropped off the clothes apparently also decided that sleeping in the hallway was not really a good spot.
Oh, no, that was me. That was me.
Oh, thank you. I was a touch concerned. I didn't remember going to a room last night. Lily is hobbling along.
Let's find Xylund. Let's find Mooshnik, Gayle. Hopefully Nisale. I hope she's okay still.
Didn't Mooshnik fall asleep in Nisali's antechamber?
He was on the floor in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, he just sort of curled up where he
He's
was.
probably still there.
We
Or he
should
could be
just
off
leave
wandering.
there.
He
Yeah,
could
come
be
to think of it, I
wandering
don't really
away.
want to know what he's like when he wakes up.
Yes, well, I smell breakfast, and I don't know about the rest of you, but after God knows how long the ordeal we just went through was, 5 days, I am famished.
Yeah, I could go for some food too.
Definitely could eat.
Plus, I need to my cat back again.
Think cat and I think Cat and Gayle went down last night to get food and stuff, so Gayle might know where to go get food.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
we'll pick up Gayle too.
I would say, yeah, Gale's in the same hall, so he's not hard to find. He's already up and dressed and writing stuff in his book. He kind of looks at you all, this motley crew. What?
We're going to go
Food.
get food.
Food?
Going for
Wanna come?
breakfast, Gayle.
Food.
We did it. We're celebrating with breakfast.
Okay.
Do you want
can
to come with?
too if you want.
You want me to show you where breakfast is, don't you?
Yes.
I scoff at the accusation that we wouldn't want to hang out with you.
I mean, I definitely prefer for you to join us since you did survive that entire ordeal with us, but also, yes, I would like to know where the breakfast is.
Okay. Come on. Then he closes his book. And you guys really need to learn this layout better. You know, if you studied the documents that it was built on, it's actually kind of intuitive. I mean, for a castle. It's anyway, just it's this way. Come on.
Well, I would love to study the
Documents.
documents. Unfortunately, I don't think they really applied previously, and this is still my first visit to the castle.
Well, I'm sure they will give you a tour if you ask politely. We gotta find somebody though. I've been hearing a move. I haven't actually seen anybody yet. Which is strange. I can't imagine, like the staff would come running back or anything. I wonder if it's Argent Order. He's kind of half talking to himself as he leads you through little corridors and kind of cuts through the halls.
Do you think the Argent Order already came in here? I feel like
Maybe.
they would have been louder than that. Something
Maybe.
about them makes me think that they'd be loud. Probably because it's like that's what I am, and I feel like I am kind of like an honorary member, or possibly a full member at this point.
Do you know where Priestess Bowen headed off to?
No, she was gone when I woke up.
Hmm.
But, I assume she's got business to conduct as well.
The dark magic has taken Bowen.
What dark magic?
Kern's just a little more paranoid this morning than usual.
Oh. Why?
Well, we did just survive an almost literal nightmare.
No, I understand why, but why this morning?
Oh.
Somehow clothes appeared in my room after my door was locked and I barricaded the door. Just saying.
You know,
Have you
there are
ever
some...
been in a castle before, Kern?
When we came here the first time,
Yeah, he kind of laughs to himself. There are servant doors hidden everywhere. So they probably didn't come in through the front door. There's no reason to be paranoid.
oh god, that means I need to cover up every square inch of the walls now.
Gayle,
Yes.
how are you doing? You had a very rough ordeal yourself.
I'm alright. It's okay.
You seem to have recovered well, at least.
Well, it wasn't entirely real. Just kind of a bad dream. There's
Lily just looks down at her stone legs that she's limping on.
well, for Gayle it was. there are larger concerns right now.
Oh, God, I hope not.
Well,
I think breakfast is a larger concern, right?
He's taking you to breakfast. So you're walking and talking. Where's Xylund?
Good
He
question.
wanted to stay with Nice Sally at her room watching over her or something, so probably still there.
Oh, I'm sure her private guard will love that as soon as they get here.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. So yeah, he takes you to he pokes his head into the kitchen. And of course the breakfast smells are intensifying as you get closer and closer to the castle kitchen. Which of course is massive, and actually it's not as fully staffed as you would think it would be. Looks like it's running at about half capacity.
That's
But there are people in there.
surprised. I figured it's like less than 24 hours. They got half the kitchen staff back.
Yeah, yep.
Pretty impressive.
Well, they've just been sitting around waiting to help get back to it, I imagine.
Yeah, this is their livelihood. A lot of them live on the grounds, things like that. So
I just assumed that they were like all turned into household objects and then they got turned back as soon as the curse was lifted.
No, that's not how this story goes.
You know what they say, life is so unnerving for a servant who's not serving.
Oh, let's not.
Obviously that couldn't have been it, Kern. There wasn't nearly enough singing.
There's no singing going on.
Oh, that's a shame.
But Gayle is shooed out of the kitchen by the cook and says, you guys have to go to the dining room. You have to go to the diplomatic dining room. And food will be brought to you in just a minute.
Oh,
Okay, where is that?
Yeah, he can take you there too.
Are we suddenly diplomats?
I'm down with that.
I'm rather used to eating in the kitchen, out of sight, out of mind.
No, diplomatic dining room. They won't serve you in the kitchen.
Don't worry,
Nope,
don't
not
look a
good.
diplomatic gift horse in the mouth or something.
So Gayle takes you. It's not terribly far from the kitchen, but it's a little more central in the castle. Those of you who were here before will recognize it, as this is where you ate your first time around.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's not the massive dining room where you ate with all the church leaders and everything. It's a much smaller version of that, but it's still very well appointed, and it's all set. Tables been set and candles have been set up and the whole nine. And there's
No.
plenty of chairs for all of you.
Not sure I've ever been in a room as opulent as this.
But we've been here before.
She
Right.
hasn't.
Been
You
here
have.
before.
Oh, okay.
Lily and Lana haven't.
What do you think, Lana? Do you think we've ever been anywhere half as nice as this?
No, I'm thinking we should eat and enjoy it and eat.
Are these? Is the silverware actually silver? Madness.
So your food arrives. Typical Greylock fare, so heavy emphasis on meat and veggies and water.
Yes.
Yes, lots of bacon. There's a lot of livestock around here. So lots of pigs, lots of cows, chickens.
Excuse me, I don't
yes.
suppose you'd have any French fries around, would you?
They brought you fried potatoes. I mean, like
That works.
yeah, there's plenty of starch and plenty of meat and some fruit for you.
Totally works. What's French? Don't mind fart.
Yeah, tons of food. Far more food than you can possibly eat. And I think I saw Sin nope out for a second. So we'll let you guys eat and then we'll go get him. So you guys feel
While
free.
we're all eating breakfast, Lily is going to pull out a fresh blank journal as well as the multi-languaged one, and she's going to start transcribing it. But she's also going to translate it as she's going, because she doesn't know what languages Bowen knows. Owen knows. Owen.
Okay.
So guys, what now? I mean, we
Keep
did it.
eating. Think later.
I
Well,
can do both. I
honestly,
can
the first thing
multitask.
we need to do is get royalties on our story because apparently somebody's been profiting off of them.
Oh yeah, gotta do that.
Yeah, totally down for that. But is that what we're gonna do now? Is that our next step?
I
I mean,
feel like that's one of the more important things, but not
Yeah.
necessarily what we need
also
to do right now.
maybe dropping off the dragon door wherever we're gonna do that. That seems important.
So
Yeah.
those of you who know who met Bowen before, is she able to do the more traditional clerical magic, or is she arcane in nature?
I believe she's able to do some clerical stuff.
Oh.
And she's magic-y magic also, too.
I need to.
Yeah, like us. And I'm gonna spark my hands a little bit. Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. Got too used to just using it all the time.
Well, I need to. I believe my first order of business after whatever official things we have to do is to see if she can lift. Well, I assume it's a curse. My legs are still stone. I don't like it.
Sorry.
I'm hearing some commotion down the hall. I think Xylund might be on his way. It sounds like a lot of yelling.
Well, it's not like the man can ever do anything quietly.
And I also heard something about in the shit. So it's not him.
Yeah, I kick up a ruckus. I was like, "What the hell? You can't just take her. I rescued her. Like, where the fuck were you?
Do we go
What
with
kind
him,
of
or
guards
should
are
we let
you?
this
I don't
play
want to
out?
tell you your job, but Jesus, we're Brandon's goddamn goat buggering
Go buggering grinning.
dingus."
Well, the bandit brigade isn't about to move. So one of the handmaidens is like very gently trying to steer you mid-scree so that you're out of the door with offers of breakfast and telling you the rest of your the rest of your crew is already eating and that they're just going to get her, awake and washed up and make sure she's okay.
Well, tell her I was here looking over her until these assholes kicked me out. I'm not gonna let them
Then
steal my fucking thunder.
they nod assurances. The other handmaid nods assurances. And she will definitely deliver the message, and the one that's trying to lead you is like kind of touching you on the elbow very lightly, as in, come on, this way to breakfast.
All right, I follow.
Oh, Michael, did you think it was Bandit Brigade?
Yeah, for a while.
Oh, this is why I have to update the wiki. It's Banded Brigade.
Mushnik has yet to be woken up and kicked out.
Do I pass Mushnik on my way out?
Yeah, you would totally pass Schnick on your way through.
Well, I'd nudge him with my foot and try to get him to come along.
And he's just this kind of lump of dirt and mushrooms on the floor. But you are led to the directly to the dining room where everyone else is eating. And like I said, there is plenty of food. There is wine on hand for those that want it, as well as water. But you can now join in the conversation.
It's so early for wine.
First things first, I think
I
the
don't know.
Bandit
I'm going to
Brigade
celebrate
is
not being
trying
16
to
anymore.
pull a Stanley and steal our thunder. I think they're going to take the credit for us rescuing Nasali, and we need to get on top of that.
I think Nasali will probably speak for us. I'm not too worried.
Hopefully. Did you get
And
a chance
Cat,
to see her?
you know.
How is she?
She was walking around last night, but she's pretty out of it.
No, if she was walking around, then she definitely saw you. So you don't have to worry about
Well,
it.
she was sleepwalking.
Lily distractedly swirls a bacon sandwich in the air while she's still copiously copying notes, and was saying something about getting royalties on stories about us being told.
Yeah, we need to lock that down. Lock down those legal rights.
Yeah, that
Apparently,
makes
we
sense
have
to
to
me.
do that now.
Gayle, how are your notes coming? Do you have some good stuff, some juicy material?
Yeah, I think so.
Can you quickly sort of whip it up into something dramatic, get Lana to help you, and we can maybe start producing a counter narrative to Stanley's whatever the fuck he's doing?
Oh,
Write a book now.
I
Right
guess.
now.
Is that? I mean,
It's a pressing concern, yes.
is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I think, to be fair, possibly a more pressing concern might be that the other nation's still around. Maybe they leave now that Isolli's back. Maybe they don't.
Yeah, they weren't. When we got back there were a lot more people out there than when we came in.
And also, I imagine that people are going to have some issues getting back into the city still because everybody had to move out.
Well, yeah, moving back in. Yeah.
Well, the question
Oh, that's
is,
not really our thing.
are we going to be what's going to happen with Orm? Are we going to be involved? Do we want to be involved?
No.
Yes!
What, with Orm? Those guys
Well,
are
not
assholes.
with. We're not going to get involved with them, but we're going to get involved with the problem that they're making, right?
Well,
I
maybe
would
They are
assume.
they are invading. Or they were.
I mean,
Possibly
we saved the day
invading.
this time, but we're not an army.
Well, the question is, would we join in the military efforts? We're a group of multi-talented people with a lot to offer. We could get involved.
An
Or
army
we
couldn't
could-
do what we just did. They tried.
Yeah.
Or we could go do something else. We have
think-
options.
I'm with Davynn on this, but I think priority number one should be deciding the fate of our orb, because that's not
Yes.
something we want to be lugging around.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that too. I'll
I
miss
think
you,
we should
K-Night
take
and
it to the
Darkness.
blood well.
I agree with Xylund.
I actually also agree with Xylund. I was going to suggest that last night, but then that hallway was just too comfortable.
I think
Well,
I told them I'd bring it to them, but
Actually,
it's kind
about
of
the
a-
orb, the blood well might be a good place to keep it for now, but eventually, if we want to destroy it for real, then I was told to toss it into the heart of darkness or something along those lines. I
That
might be
seems fine.
paraphrasing.
Refers
The heart of darkness resides in all men.
So
Yeah.
just
Lily
throw
refers-
it at someone?
Lily refers to previous notes. I believe you said Heart of Shadow?
Heart of Shadow. Gotcha.
Oh, in that
Gayle
case, that
chokes
case we
on
can't
his
help.
roll.
Gayle?
Heart of Shadow?
Yeah.
Yes.
What's that?
The Heart of Shadow is the divine realm of Daralai.
Oh.
Well,
It exists under her
Huh.
temple.
Under her
Oh.
temple? Like in here?
Ah.
In Greylock?
No. Her primary temple.
Where's that?
Colette?
Wait, you
That
can
sounds
go.
like a new area.
You can go to the Heart of Shadow, and it's just under
Well-
some temple.
It's not that. I mean, you could go to the temple. It's beautiful. It's actually, yeah. I've seen pictures. It's very pretty. But you can't just. I mean, it's the divine realm of the goddess. It's not like you can just pay your copper and stroll in. I mean, it's.
based on everything I've heard, these kinds of things require trials and tribulations, proving oneself worthy and all that.
It would also probably help if we worship Daralai. You do,
Possibly,
Gayle.
yes.
Yeah, I
You're
do.
Daralai, aren't you, Gayle? I forget.
Yes.
Okay.
We
There we
also we also need to make sure that the orb's destruction doesn't cause everything that it was containing to suddenly spill out into the material
Mhm.
realm.
Yep, that's you. It's like you're reading my mind, Lily.
So we should go to the
Got-
Bloodwell first, I think, and then maybe, depending on what they have to say, go to this other place.
Possibly, yeah.
Well, if we store
Maybe we could talk to Marion again, or the good half of her again. She might have some more insight about what would happen if we destroyed the orb.
Well, yeah. She did know how to destroy it. So,
We
and
could
she did
also-
make it. So,
we could also go back to Featherstone and see if there's any notes in the library on the subject.
Oh shit, we gotta get that sorted out while
Oh,
we're
yeah.
here, too. Our claim to that place.
And that, yeah.
Additionally, we'll have to be very, very careful before we tell the Guardians of the Bloodwell that we have this orb. If we store it with them,
Oh,
they're not
they
going to
already
want
know.
us.
or
Yeah,
they
they
know that
totally
we were
know.
going to go search for it.
Well,
yeah.
they know we were going to go after it, but
I'm
If we
pretty sure
store
they
it-
know we have it, because I'm pretty sure they can kind of... They're aware of what I'm up to, because I'm kind of attached to the Bloodwell.
well,
Oh wait, I'm not sure if I was supposed to tell you that.
well, now we know.
Pat,
Uh,
it's okay, Xylund. Pat.
But if we store it with them for safekeeping, and we later figure out how to destroy it, and the fact that it's fine to, they're probably not going to want to let us take it out because there's a lot of risk inherent there. Plus, they seem to be the kind of people who don't like destroying knowledge, but keeping it safe and out of the wrong hands.
What
I
would be...
suppose.
That'd be fine though. I mean, they seem to have pretty good handle on keeping stuff locked down, so if we just leave it with them, I think it'd be fine.
Absolutely, but we have to decide that before we have to make that decision before we go. Because once it's made, it can't really be unmade.
Well, if they want to take, I don't know, like I think this is a discussion we should have with them. We should remain open to the possibility of leaving it with them if they think that's a good idea, but we should also, if they think it'd be better if we destroy it, I mean, that probably wouldn't be a bad thing for us to do as well.
I feel like we might have to leave it with them anyways, because that's probably the safest place to keep it for now, and we've got lots of stuff to deal with already.
And I imagine that if, well, the individual we faced the previous night did manage to escape, they would be the best equipped to deal with him, or at least trap him.
They can stick him in one of those crystals or something.
Maybe. I think
Precisely.
Nisali would be the best one to deal with him, to be honest.
Yeah. You could also just leave the orb here with Nisali.
No,
Or that.
no,
I
no.
think that's a dangerous idea.
I think the Bloodwell is the better location, away from Asali, and they have the whole facility dedicated to shit like this.
And they have centuries of experience keeping dangerous artifacts out of the hands of those who would use them.
Also, another thing we should talk about before we leave Greylock is I have some weird memories from when I was dead of some kind of fairyland, and you were there. I point at Lana. What was that all about?
That's actually something I wanted to pursue before we left the city. I climbed into a painting. In short,
Yes, and you said that you may have discovered a solution to
Oh,
a
no.
persistent problem.
I thought so, but I don't know. But it is really interesting and really weird, and probably something we should, follow up on.
Do you think you could put a word in and maybe let them let me into the painting? Because it
I
seemed
can
to me
try. I mean, I did
like-
find you there, or at least a painting of you, which we then used to turn into the actual you.
Because I don't know
I don't
much
know.
about the glamour, but that seemed like a very sort of glamoured place, and I
Yeah.
really want to learn more about those guys.
So
I mean,
there's
I'll
a
see,
painting to check
hopefully-
out too.
Yeah, it's somewhere in the castle, maybe.
And Aurum, and the orb,
Yeah.
which it can either be stored or destroyed. And
Well-
my family home.
I imagine we'll probably speak with Nisali at some point. We could ask her opinion on the orb.
Yeah, let's
For everything else, we
maybe
could
wait
just
for that.
For
Well, for
everything
every-
else, there's MasterCard.
For
She
everything
might have
else,
some opinions about Orem too.
well, for everything else, we can just put it on a list in order of priority. I think the orb should be somewhere near, if not at the very top.
Yeah, we've got some stuff to keep us busy in Greylock before we talk to. Like, we can wait for Nasali to get her wits together while we go about our business. Like, we got
Yes.
this painting thing, we got the manor, we got Stanley, we got Gale's got to write his magnum opus, so we can start circulating that. Yeah, so it'll keep us busy for a little bit anyway.
You know, it's
Nah.
weird saying this, but I feel like the Stanley business might be the easiest of all those.
Yeah, let's go
Yeah.
beat him up.
Well, I need to talk to Bowen, and so
Okay.
I also need to find Bowen. That shouldn't be too difficult. Kern,
Yes.
I hesitate to ask, but can you still use ascending, or does that sending stone we have, does it work for anybody, or is it just a cat?
For what I know, it was just a cat. But I can also talk to anybody in the world that I know.
Okay. Well, I won't ask until I need to find Bowen, but she's apparently already disappeared, and I don't know where to look. I was gonna ask a few people, but if I can't find her, would you tell her I'd like to meet her somewhere?
Sure.
Thank you.
I think probably our best course of action is after we obviously get our story straight so that we can start collecting our due income that we are not desire, not due. Yeah, our income that we should deserve. I think the best thing is probably just gathering more information on what the hell's gonna happen. Like, if this dragon orb, if we throw it into the Heart of Shadow, what's gonna happen to it? What do we need to do to get to the Heart of Shadow? Like, where the hell is this prime temple of Darelai? I mean, obviously we can probably figure that out right now because Gale's right here, but
Yeah, you looked like you had something to say there, Gayle.
No, we're just eating breakfast.
Okay.
Oh, hey Gale, your brother, he
What?
was in the Orem army, wasn't he?
He is in the Orem army. Yes.
Right. So, well, between writing your magnum opus, maybe you could check in with him and see if he's got anything to.
I'd rather not check in with him.
Well, it'd be nice to know what they have planned, and like, how aggressive are they planning on getting here?
He's not going to tell me their plans.
Okay. Well,
and that too, we need to make sure that they know that.
Well, you guys-
that Greylock's not getting invaded. That's kind
You
of
know
a
where
big
Colette
thing.
is, right?
Orem?
It's south of Orem. It's the port city
Oh shit.
that leads to Orem. It's the same continent.
Alright, so that one might be a bit of a ways off then.
Starting to like
Sounds
this
like a s-
Bloodwell idea.
I mean, for right now, we can. I don't know if we can use the Bloodwell as like a bank, so to say, but
Well, and that's what my concern is. But if we decide that it's safest with the Bloodwell, then we can just leave it there.
Honestly,
Problems.
if it comes down to it, we can probably get it back from them.
Yeah, if
They're
we're going to
friendly.
destroy it, I'm pretty connected in the Bloodwell. I don't want to say too much, but yeah, I mean, if we wanted to destroy it, I think they'd let us destroy it.
Isn't this supposed to be a secret order?
I'm being secret. I'm being very secretive.
pat. It's okay, Xylund. Pat.
Well, look, they knew who they were recruiting. I mean, if they didn't like my operation, the way I, moved through the world, they shouldn't have.
How did they even recruit you? Did they say, "Hey, you seem rather order-like. Would you like to join?"
Partly that, and partly I bled in their well.
Ah,
Right, yes.
that
yeah.
makes a lot of sense, actually.
I like Erie's comment.
So, for now, are we going to go find Stanley?
Yeah.
Yeah,
then
that
we'll
and
wait
then
till
make sure
Nightjolly
that we
finds
don't have
us?
an army invading us. I mean, I feel like that's a
Well, that's. I'm not sure what we can do about that.
Yeah.
I feel like saving the world from Temlakos is a pretty big deal on its own.
It is. Yeah. I think we should wait until Nightjolly calls for us or something, because she's probably going to want to talk to us.
Yeah.
But
And
until then, let's
as
go
you
find
all,
Stanley.
well, as you guys are finishing up this conversation and your respective breakfasts, one of the handmaidens does appear at the door, and kind of clears your throat a little bit, waits for you to stop speaking, and says that Nasali would very much like to see you before you leave the castle.
well. Speak of the person we were just talking about.
All right. Stanley second, then.
Yep.
Okay. And she'll lead you to not the throne room, but the solar, the small office where Nasali has her more private meetings. So she leads the entire crew, sans Mooshnik, who is off snoring somewhere, looking like a giant mushroom. Leads you all into the solar. There's enough benches and chairs that there's a seat for everyone. 2 chairs in front of the desk and the benches along the wall. Nasali is sitting at her desk, which has been righted from the echoes that you guys created when you were in here last time. Some things did bleed into the real world, and that was one of them. And she's looking pretty tired. Definite dark circles, and you can see very, very faintly the purple lines that kind of look like veins coming down from just behind her ears, disappearing into her robe, and reappearing at her wrists and down her hands. That they're definitely still there. But she smiles at the crew as they come in and bids them sit.
Give a curtsy first.
Hey.
Hey, Twinkie,
Twinki.
you're kind of okay.
I was gonna say, is that Twinkie coming to life?
I think that was Twinkie.
That was Twinkie
Okay.
trying to come to life.
Okay.
As it was foretold, on the 3rd day I arise again.
Yeah. he does
Complete
sound
with
like a
dramatic sound effects.
All right. So yep, she bids you all sit and sort of smiles at you. She looks kind of uncomfortable,
Oh, no.
but is, pushing on. And she takes a deep breath. And says, "So, you made it."
Whatever the Bandit Brigade told you, it was a lie.
Yeah, we made it.
And you did it.
Sorry we took so long, Your Grace.
No,
Yay.
you arrived in time. I wouldn't worry about that. I imagine you have questions?
Well, we were thinking of taking the dragon orb containing Temlakos to. Do you know about the blood well? It's Nasali, guys. She can be trusted.
I have heard of the Bloodwell, yes.
Well, they seem like good people, and they seem like this is their department, sort of thing. So we were thinking of maybe getting their input into what they think would be a good thing to do with it, whether destroy it or just they have a place they can hold it for safekeeping. What are your thoughts on that?
And she turns to look at Davynn
Hi.
What do you think? It belongs to you.
Well, it looks like it's been damaged.
Test?
Kind of.
Oh,
Hello!
We can kind
A
of hear
little-
Not
you,
really.
but there's a lot of background noise.
You're very
And your
faint
voice
and
is very
high
tiny and tinny.
pitched.
I'm kind of having to jerry rig this through 2 different headsets.
You sound like
Not
you're
an
talking from the
ideal
end of a
situation.
tunnel with also a high pitched scream.
Yeah.
It
Let
sounds
me
a
see
little
what
bit
I
like
can
you
do.
are using a microphone into a speaker, and then that speaker's going into another microphone.
Gosh, that sounds about right. It's kind of like my setup. Did that help?
No.
No.
Not really.
Ah.
and then he died.
Yep.
And then he died.
And then
Is
he
this any
died.
better?
Yeah. Oh wait.
Or
Minus
no.
the continuous high pitched transmission, yeah.
I just turned on push to talk.
That should
That
work,
might be
probably.
better, yeah.
Yeah, that'll be
Hello.
okay.
And at least that high pitched whine will announce when you want to say something.
That's true.
Hooray. I can hear the bees. Twinki is on his way.
Well,
So, yeah.
Have you tried? You might want to try downloading it on like your phone or something.
The app
TeamSpeak?
costs money. It's a pain in the ass.
Oh, never
Oh,
mind then.
gross.
Not worth.
All right. So
Alright.
I'll more or less say, well, it does look kind of damaged, and I'm worried that it's gonna break at some point and let Temlakos back out. So yeah, keeping it safe, destroying it, something along those lines sounds good to me.
Plus, like this thing is super powerful, so it's only gonna be a matter of time before somebody else comes up with some harebrained scheme to try to take over the world with it.
And also, I think Amra's better half is on board with it, and that's all the reason I need.
But we can check in with her while we're there too.
there are risks with both paths, though. One, potentially, if we leave it with the Bloodwell, even they can be overcome and looted, or the orb could break and Temlakos could be unleashed. However, the only way to destroy it involves going very close to Aurum. And we also don't know that if destroying it will unleash everything it's containing into the material plane. That's a pretty big one as well.
Which is
And
why we
that-
need to talk to Graham Aaron.
Grandma.
Grambra.
Hey,
Grandma.
Graham Aaron.
Grandma Marin. Alright. Well, if that's what you choose to do, then I support your decision. And she
Okay.
says that directly to Davynn.
Great, thanks. Other questions. What about Aurum? How is that doing? Do you guys think you can
Aurum.
take him, or?
She kind of laughs a little bit. I can handle Aurum. I'm not
That's-
afraid of them.
Gale's brother is one of their officers if you need some intel.
Greatest oracle living. But if you want intel, Gale's brother is an officer.
I'm just doing it to piss off Gale.
And yes, Gale would be immediately annoyed that you once again bring up that his brother is a soldier for Orb. It's not something he likes to talk about. So yeah, Nasali kind of laughs to herself. Well, I'm glad that you all made it through. Okay, and I feel the need to apologize for putting you through all that. But
No, it's not like we had
It
anything
was-
better to do, anyways.
well, that is good, and I'm glad. And I'm glad you were able to make it through.
Although,
And skate.
real talk, please don't make us do that again. That was not fun.
Or do. I mean, it was a little fun.
Yeah, kind of.
I disagree I apologize, Your Grace, but I am not a very big fan of your castle currently. It's very judgmental.
Oh, her legs are stone. Do you think you can do anything about that?
I'm not much of a healer, unfortunately.
I was
Uh.
going to talk with Priestess Bowen about it. No need to trouble yourself, Your Grace. I have to speak with her anyway. Oh, I apologize. I have been so terribly rude. By the way, I am Liliscea Lanfryd, and this is my sister Lanathea. We haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet.
Oh, well, it is a pleasure to meet you in person. I, of course, know who you are. I saw all of this, which is why I do feel the need to apologize for sending you out, knowing what would happen.
I'm sure Annie and Corin don't mind.
Oh,
Happy to serve the cause.
Yeah, she sort of gets
oh.
even paler, if that's possible. That was something I didn't foresee. That creature snuck underneath my view.
I was wondering about that. I had a bit of a crisis of faith in you for a little bit.
She sort of tilts her head, and she looks honestly very sad.
I got over it. Don't worry about it.
That creature, you're referring to the green-eyed one?
A very troubled creature. I didn't. Tim Lakos likes to use his pawns, but I didn't foresee him allying with someone like that.
By the way, just quick DM question. Is the party aware that he was a trapped Glamoured, or was that something that was, like, somehow just made player knowledge?
That's been Xylund's working theory for I don't know how long is that Green Eyes was glamoured. Those of you who fought him the first time and survived, the comparison between like the iron skin and I mean, that matches what is known of Glamoured. So I think the suspicion has been there for a long time. I don't think anyone's ever told you specifically.
Well,
but
so Lily has been researching Glamoured among other things for a while. Would she have any extra insights onto that?
well, like I said, it's been the prevailing theory for a while now. Given his behavior and his mannerisms and his control of magic. So yeah.
Okay, so this won't sound stupid when she asks. So he was Glamoured, wasn't he?
Oh yes. Desperate, alone, easily manipulated.
You know how he came here, Your Grace?
He believes he was banished. He's been here. He had been here. Not as long as some. Was so desperate to get home. Tim Lakos preyed on that. Made him think the orb could unlock the door to the old world for him again.
This old world, would it maybe be the same place that Lana went to in a painting?
In a painting?
Take it away, Lana.
There's not that much more to say to it than that. When we were trying to get to you, we came across a painting that I climbed into, and there were some interesting people that talked about it possibly being the old world there. I wish I had more to say than that.
Well, anything is possible. Most of the art has been stored. So I am not familiar with everything down there, but that's certainly possible. Traversing to the other planes is not something that comes easily to people here on Iyith. Not to
Believe
say
me.
it's impossible, but it's not something humans can generally do anymore.
Believe me, Your Grace, we are well aware of the difficulty.
If
But
in
it is-
theory we wanted
Any
to,
more?
Yeah, anymore.
People did that before.
Of course.
Before the Sundering, correct, Your Grace?
Oh, it was easier then, when we still had access to higher magics that are no longer available to us. But back in Aya's history, before order was set, entities would cross in and out all the time. And then came the order, but we had enough magic in the world that humans could continue to traverse if they were skilled enough. That's how the teleportation gates and other remnants of that world came to be. And unfortunately, you don't have access to that any longer.
Only remnants.
Yeah. Still see them. Every church in Greylock has a teleportation circle somewhere on its grounds, I guarantee you.
Very ironic.
Long forgotten. They turn them into gardens and put bird baths in them and pretend to not know what they are, but that's what they are.
So what caused the crack?
No one knows. People blame various groups. Mages usually get the brunt of the blame. Amaskins too. Since their lands escaped the worst of the destruction. But it's easy to accuse people who live on a flying continent now, isn't it?
You don't like Amaskins, huh?
I have my thoughts on Amaskins.
You don't like them in your thoughts, then.
Not all of my memories are pleasant.
That's fair.
I do find it's very easy for people to find scapegoats for their problems, Grace. Not saying that's yours, but the general populace blaming them for crack.
That's what humans do. That's what they've always done. And will always do. It's their nature.
Not yours?
Well, I have an advantage. I can see into your very soul. And she draws the word out and like leans forward a little bit dramatically.
Lily leans back a little bit.
And starts covering up his chest. There we go.
While we're... I can save this for later, actually.
So what is the next step then? Timlakos is done for now.
Mhm.
Greylock's safe, right? You're safe.
I'm safe. The city is in need of some repair, but she'll be fine. I will deal with Orem in my way.
But this
And
is-
you all...
This is as far as the prophecy went concerning us. This is pretty much we're done here type situation.
Well, I have thoughts on that.
Oh, okay.
I, again, feel responsible for much of the difficulty that you've had to endure, but I wanted to make sure that when you finally made it here, that you would survive. And you did. So I would like to reward you. If you can call it that, I suppose. I'd like to offer a place with Greylock. I would like to make you, if you choose to accept, representatives of the city, of me, emissaries for us. You would technically be part of the Bandit Brigade, technically part of the Argent Order, but you would answer only to me.
Are you sure they allow us to do that? You know, people like us. I'm gonna look at myself, Lily.
Yeah.
Those were my thoughts as well, Your Grace. I'm deeply, deeply honored, but most people don't take kindly to people like myself and Davynn.
Okay, we'd be like a super secret special forces group.
Yeah, exactly.
That could have its own like really cool name that we.
Oh, could we
Oh,
have our
fish
own
out.
name? Could we have our own secret
You would,
name?
you would be your own unit. You would have access to supplies from the Order, a ship.
Oh, okay.
We could provide you with whatever you needed, whatever you required. I would only your only responsibilities would be that which I asked of you. So mostly diplomatic, sometimes not. Responding to things that I can't send the Order on.
So we would be secret.
You would be openly
Elite is the word.
representative. Yes, elite. That's an excellent word. Thank you.
Okay.
You would be very much like, Captain Leofera. Cat. You would be very much like one of her units.
But we wouldn't be under Cat, would we?
No.
Say a little nervously.
No, but
From somewhere in the castle, there's a voice. I can hear that in your mind.
In all of
I
in all
never
of our
broke
heads, we
that
just
link, you know, assholes.
in all of our heads, we just hear, "I can hear you."
What did I tell? What was the deal, Cat? What was the deal?
So
But I wouldn't worry about your special abilities and the Argent Order. We do have folks that have their own peculiarities, Cat included.
Okay.
I can't speak for my comrades, but anything, I'm more than willing to assist when you need it, Your Grace. Seems like everything I've heard and everything I've seen, it seems like you desire what's best for your people, and I'd like to help.
Okay.
I
Oh.
would agree on one condition.
Of course.
You
What is your
do
condition?
seem a very decent person, but wish that we would be able to, if you ever asked us to do anything, bring up our hesitations or concerns, still didn't feel good about what you were asking us, like on a personal level. We could just walk away from this all.
Of course.
Hands
You're,
up. Okay.
you're not beholden to me at all.
Okay.
This is basically a job offer, and nothing more. If you are uncomfortable, then you simply refuse. It's okay. I
Oh,
can't
talking.
guarantee that everything I ask will be easy or comfortable.
Oh, no.
So, of course.
If it was something that would be easy or comfortable, you could just ask one of your other representatives to do it, I imagine.
Oh, it's just want us to like
You want
be
us
an
to be able
army
to
where
keep
it's
our,
like, oh, like raise this city and
Oh,
you don't
you
like
you want
this,
us to be able to keep to our principles, which I
Yeah.
agree with.
He's not the sort of person who's going to ask us to raise a city, though. I think we're.
No.
I know,
we're good.
I know, I
No,
know.
but-
It's
I'm
still
just
good
saying,
to make sure that our employment is at will.
yes, yes, you are. I actually hope that you will take advantage and travel and be free and to pursue your own principles, your own desires. I will only call on you as I need you.
So Kat will be our point of contact. She'll be the one getting in touch with us. Is that how that works?
If she is willing and in the area, she is handy to send. Or
as long as it's not Stanley.
Yeah, by the way, Stanley has been stealing our adventures and profiting off them. Could you discipline him? Could you like because if you don't, we're headed out the door from here and our next stop is Stanley to beat the crap out of him.
I believe that's rather below her level, Xylund.
Well, he's an
Yes,
employee
this is
though.
exactly what I wanted it to turn into.
You could have a word with Kat and she could have a word with Stanley.
well, your induction into the Bandit Brigade will be a public affair. Kat will be
Oh!
there.
Will we be his superiors?
I imagine-
Technically.
Yes. All right, we'll sort this out then.
Okay. Yeah. Does anybody have issues with this? 'Cause
No, I'm good. This sounds
yeah,
good to
this
me.
sounds good to me.
I could
Well-
use a boat voyage.
If you will accept the job offer, then I would also like to offer each of you a personal boon. Whatever you wish, so long as it's in my power. Which you can think on if you like. It will take me a little time to get the ceremony set up for your induction. So we'll probably get that tomorrow. But if there's anything I can do for you as individuals, I will help if I can.
I actually had something in mind, but I'd like to talk about it in private.
Same, Your Grace, actually.
Can we just think it really loud?
Lily, I don't think that you have the same thing in mind with.
No, but I already have something in mind and I would like to talk about it in private.
Okay, that is fine. I'm happy to discuss these things in private. But if anyone knows anything they would like to claim, feel free.
One thing. I don't need to talk about mine in private. I think everybody knows my business already.
He wants a golden potato.
Not that. Although yes, but also no.
He wants to meet Jack Dangerous.
Yes, but also no. Actually, very close. If you hear anything about a Fergar Voshan throughout any of the network that you've got going on, then I would love to be the first person to know.
You'd like me to find him?
Yeah, if you could.
Of course. Do you have anything that belonged to him?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Hold on, let me look through my inventory sheets.
I actually have something for you, Davin, if you want it.
Doesn't
I've had a
Davin
family portrait of your family in my inventory for like 6 months.
Yeah.
Doesn't
I'll take
Davin
that.
also? Well, wait.
Here
Doesn't
you
Davin
go.
also have Fergar Vochan's shield?
I have so many things that
Yeah,
belong to
he
him.
has
Like
quite a
his
bit that
family
belonged to
shield
his dad.
came from Fergar, if
Yeah.
I'm
Mhm.
The
recalling
shield
correctly.
is more useful than a painting, though.
I believe he did
Yeah.
it, which is why I mentioned
Yeah,
it.
he painted it, so either thing would work.
Yeah, I'll use the painting. in
Also,
part
that
to
means I can
reclaim
take it out of my
family's
inventory.
things.
I felt very weird having it here.
All right. So you give up the painting?
Yes.
All right. And she kind of looks at Davin. Do you want me to do it now in front of everyone, or?
I trust these people. Why not?
All of these people?
Hey.
I was actually talking about your sister.
To be honest, I trust her with secrets more than I trust you.
What?
Ooh,
Lily does
Yeah.
not even react to either statement, just keeps staring ahead.
Well,
Quote,
he's not
have you
wrong.
heard about the Bloodwell?
Hey, that's a secret organization that I belong to. So Nasali takes the painting and takes a minute to kind of. She doesn't really unroll it or anything. She just kind of touches it and holds it in her hand for a sec. And it takes her probably a good 15 minutes of just being completely silent and still to the point where you're not sure she's breathing. And when she finally does open her eyes, her pupils are completely gone. It's just white. And she starts to speak, but it's that same kind of crow caw voice that Xylund heard downstairs. And whatever she's saying isn't intelligible.
Guys, did I just kill Nasali?
not. I really hope not.
And after a few minutes of that, her eyes close again and immediately flutter back open, and they look normal. And she hands Davynn the painting. She says, I'm so sorry. He's no longer with us.
What? What? He's... No, like he's dead?
Yes.
What?
Well, is he dead or in a different plane?
Depends on who you ask, I suppose.
That's not right. That's... No.
And she reaches into her desk and pulls out a pen and paper and starts to draw slowly. And she draws what looks like the front of a large manor, one that's seen better days, surrounded by scraggly trees. And at the very foot, very bottom of a tree in the foreground, she puts a small cross and a lump of barely rising dirt.
Is it Featherstone?
It looks kind of like Featherstone.
What happened to him? How did he die?
Recent?
Somewhat.
Before we came in, I tried to contact him, but I knew he was alive. It was just couldn't get to him.
No. Oh, no. He's been gone a bit.
Like how many years?
Not years. Not years. Months, perhaps.
Okay, can I ask for a second thing?
What would you like?
I need to know how he died. Did somebody kill him? Or was it just like a freak accident?
He died fighting.
Fighting who?
An elf. I don't...
Was it Green Eyes?
No. No, this man is normal, not glamored. And she starts to gesture to her own hair. Sort of straggly hair. All I get is howls when I try and focus in on him.
Okay, well, I need to go to Featherstone then and go see if I can find any clues. Track down where he might have been, who might have done it. That's like my next step, right?
Yeah.
Well, after the blood wall. But we can do the.
It's on the way, isn't it?
It's I
Yeah.
think, yeah.
Any help I can offer, Davynn? You need only ask.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Definitely. Could use it.
Now, Nasali looks extremely sad that she has had to deliver that message and sort of looks balefully around the room.
Someone ask for a puppy.
Any other requests I can fulfill? Public requests I can fulfill? And she looks at Lana.
Oh, well, one obvious thing, if I can get permission to continue putting my hands on fine art, that's probably your
Yes.
property.
Yes, of course. It is a bit treacherous down there, so I'll send someone with you.
Thank you.
But you're welcome to examine all of our art until you find what it is you're looking for, if
Okay.
it exists.
Hopefully.
It's hard to say. Temlakos was an extremely skilled practitioner. Clearly, he was a will worker of some power. His construct was well done. So I hope that your painting was a bleed over from reality.
Well, thank you for allowing me to check.
And she looks at Kern.
I need to sit and think on this.
Fair enough. So it's just Xylund and Lily remaining.
Yeah, Mooshnik's snoozing somewhere.
Yeah, Mushnik is still a mushroom off somewhere. Sleeping
Why
it
do I hear
off.
bees?
No hair, no bees.
Alright, well, I guess I'll be chivalrous and let the lady go first.
All
Wait
right.
outside.
I forgot that I was a push to talk. I'm sorry.
No, you've been asleep. Like you've been nudged with a toe. So you've stumbled into breakfast at this point, but you're about like 2 hours behind the rest of the crew.
Hey, works for me. Where are the pancakes?
Exactly. You're still stuffing your face. So yes, the crew is invited to step outside for a moment, so that Lily may ask her boon. Go ahead, Lily.
You're aware of our situation, yes? Mine and my sister's.
I know where you come from, yes.
You know what I'm searching for.
I know what you'd like to find. I can't help you get there, though.
Well, at least you didn't say it didn't exist.
One of the benefits of being touched by a god is you tend to loosen your standards of what is and is not reality.
I have found texts that indicate that reality is fairly malleable as it is.
With enough power. With enough power, anything is possible. I'm just not sure there's enough power left in the world. The Amaskins might be able to help. Or if you wish to go to the heart of it, there's always the Forge Islands. But that's a dangerous road.
While I can't ask this of my companions, there is No danger I would not brave. This is all I can think about most days. And I appreciate the direction, and that's what I really needed, was just an idea. It's been so long without even a hint. Things like this don't really exist in the world anymore. I spoke with Priestess Bowen, and she seemed to think that the very idea, insanity.
Well, it sort of is, isn't it?
It is. But after what we experienced, I know it's a very possible insanity.
Well, this I can do. And she pulls out another piece of paper from her desk, and she writes very quickly. Looks like a letter of some kind. She folds up and stamps, and hands it to you. Says, "Take this, and if you wish to go to the Forge Islands, take this to its keeper." And I'm going to type a name for you. Graldrum Greybrew.
Hey,
Does that
isn't
name
he,
seem familiar?
Yeah, he's like a whatchamacallit.
He's an Enmetal.
Yeah.
One who lives in secret. One who has decided to keep the old temple, even though it's well sunk below the waves. But if there's anyone that can help you figure out your dilemma, it would be him. But he is cantankerous. That letter should help, but it's no guarantee.
I know you said that this was a boon, but I don't believe I could ever repay you for this, Your Grace.
Oh, there's no guarantee it will work. And you could be ripped apart in the process, so...
Still the first sign of hope we've had in so long.
Anything I can do to help, I'm happy. I'm happy to do. And she kind of sighs and sits back a little bit. You certainly earned it, all of you. I believe Master Xylund is last on the list, correct?
I believe so. If I might ask one more question before
Of course.
Is there anything you can actually tell me about it? Or, failing that, at least how much time we have?
Oh, I don't see either one of you leaving for any length of time.
Thank you, Your Grace.
Of course.
I'm at your service. Lily will back out.
No, technically, she is. All right, we're sending in Xylund.
Right.
So now you're alone, Xylund. What do you want?
Despite the comments of my companions earlier, although if you want to let them think that we got up to shenanigans in here, I'm fine with that. I'd rather they think that than, as long as you're cool with that. I mean, but anyway, that's not what I actually want. Although I'm open to it. I'm just throwing it out there. But Kern did a magic thing a while ago, and it turns out that a sister I thought was dead isn't actually dead. I think she's in Valwall working as a servant, and she didn't seem too happy. I'm not sure what your relation with Valwall is, like diplomatically, but if there's anything you could do to send someone over there to track her down and sort of like whatever you reward you have planned for me, like if I could just dump that all over onto her and whatever I've earned by doing what I've done so far, if you could just pay that to her. Ideally bring her back to Greylock, because like what's she doing in Valwall? Fuck Valwall. Could you do that? Like, is that something you could do? Oh,
Somebody must
Jem
have
is
come in.
gone. Yeah.
Outside, I'm like, yeah, I was just gonna ask her like what she already said that she was gonna give us.
I'm surprised. Like, I was expecting her to interrupt at any point. I was like, why is she not interrupting?
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
I can't wait to go home. All right. What's her name?
Mhm. What is her name?
Hold on, I've got this. I've got
do
this
you?
actually written down.
Yeah.
I did not write it down for some reason, even though she's my sister.
Classic Xylund move.
Yeah.
I was about to say, seems pretty typical of Xylund.
Flynn.
Iflin. Okay. How do you spell
No,
that?
Ilfin. Illfin.
F? Okay. Ilfin. Sister.
Something.
Like orphan.
Oh, that's hard.
Yeah.
Damn!
That's
Or
hard.
Elvin, for that matter.
I was thinking it was a very Fey-like name.
It is.
So is that something you can do?
Of course. Absolutely. We are on excellent terms
Oh, good.
with Valwall. They are closely allied to the Church of Nenema and to the Nemetai. And I'm sure the general would not bar any requests I had of him. What would you like me to do with her?
Well, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what her situation is in Valhalla. Maybe she has a good reason for being there. But I'd feel better about it about her and everything if she could bring her over here to serve under you in some capacity.
Of course. Be happy to offer her a position.
If she's not open to that, then I guess just figure out what her situation is. Like, I don't want to get too hands-on with this. I'd prefer it if she didn't know I was alive, if that's possible. So if you could just kind of figure out why she's in Valwall, and if she's in some kind of situation that's hard to get out of, if you could try to get her out of it. Or if you can't do that, then pass the knowledge on to me, so that I can maybe try to figure something else out.
I'm sure we'll be able to handle whatever her situation is.
Okay. What else? Oh, I have this theory that Nenemeth and Lyranel are the same person. What do you think of that?
Oh, that she pulls a face. Definitely the darkest expression you've ever seen Nenemeth have, or Nasali have, and that includes the time down in the mausoleum. I think that is a interesting yet misinformed theory.
What makes you say that?
He's the
Because
chosen of Netta.
the two have been at odds since time immemorial. If Nenemeth and Lyranel were the same entity, that means I and Tem Lucas are the same person.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking more of, the duality of humankind. Like, we all have good sides and bad sides. I mean, I'm not 100% awesome all the time. Maybe you are. But most people are just sort of shades of gray, and where the light and the dark sort of blend.
The gods have their foibles. That is certainly true. But Larinel is a creature. No. No.
So Temlakos is serving this Lyra. What was he exactly planning anyway?
He wanted. Well, initially, he wanted to draw in other members of the Nemetai by threatening its weakest link.
You're its weakest link?
Of course.
I think you're selling yourself short.
That's kind, but incorrect. I just see for them. I'm not powerful like the other ones. They're older. But anyway.
Why did he want to draw them in? What was he going to do to them? Like absorb them?
I'll tell you a secret.
Okay.
It's a dangerous thing.
Yeah.
It's instantly going to be spilled.
And she kind of rubs her hand over a spot just below her, sort of just below her collarbone, and a brand shows up, and it's the brand of the Gilded Raven, which is a symbol of Nenemeth. And after a moment or two, the brand becomes metal and like separates from her skin, so that it looks more like a medallion. And she's able to separate it from her body. And she holds it in her hand. And she says, "This is a seal. All Nemetai carry one. These are powerful. To possess one gives you powers beyond mere mortals. Break one gives you power over reality." That's what he wanted. He needs only one.
He couldn't take yours? If you're the weakest link, why didn't he just take yours if he only needs one?
Because I had him trapped. Unfortunately, and she reverses the process, starts to put her brand away. I had to choose between keeping the seals on the city and keeping him at bay. But I trusted that you would arrive without alerting the other Nenmatai, without bringing them too close to him. I had to have a plan B. And when your group came into my sights, I manipulated things to make sure that you were it.
I'm glad it worked out.
I am too. Despite your losses.
So when you say secret, how secret are we talking here? Like, is this like no one knows the power of those seals? Or some people know?
How secret do I have to keep your secret?
I would prefer that no one know that I carry a reality altering symbol.
Yeah, I get that. I didn't quite expect that level of secret when you said, "Can I tell you a secret?" Because I'll be blunt, I smoke a lot of like shit. I'm not always. I can't always be trusted with secrets. You might want to just wipe my memory. I'll do my best. I will do my best.
Secret here.
Okay. She just kind of laughs to herself. I will keep that in mind.
At least he's honest.
Like, I will definitely do my best, but I apologize in advance for my inevitable fuck up.
She just laughs. I trust you will keep the knowledge safe.
Okay.
But if I am murdered in my sleep, I will blame you.
I'll try not to let that happen.
Damn.
So yeah, I think that's everything for me. Thanks again for if you could do that, that'd be awesome.
I will do that. I will take care of it.
If anyone in my group, asks about our relationship, like how close we are, if you could cast it in the most complimentary light possible, I feel like I'd be losing a bit of cred if they found out that we haven't you get what I mean. It's not that I've said anything so much. I've just implied. It was a joke. I meant it as a joke, but then it sort of got out of control, and now I feel like their opinion of me would sort of dim a bit if it came to light that that nothing of a romantic nature had gone on between us.
Wow, that's Ollie and Xylund are in that room for a long time alone. Wonder what's going on. Huh?
She looks very confused.
Forget I said anything.
But kind of amused at the situation.
Let's just forget I said any of that.
I will endeavor to speak of you in only the highest terms. And we'll leave it at that for now.
All right. Okay. All right. I'll see you later then.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Silent.
Bye.
Okay,
Most
bye.
awkward man on the planet. I love it.
That farewell would have only been better if it was instead a "Okay, thanks, bye."
Okay, thanks, bye.
The only thing that could have made it better is like you wouldn't have to lie if we just did something alright.
I feel like that would go even worse.
Oh,
I
Lord.
know, that's all.
So now you have all reconvened.
Hey, Xylund, you and Lanathea were in that room for a long time. Catching up, I see.
Yep. I'll wink.
Yeah.
So, I was thinking that as delicious as breakfast was, and we're sitting here and you're doing, patty cake or whatever behind the door. I'm thinking if we got started on doing the next thing we're doing, that would be great. I'm not exactly a patient man this morning. Some important things have come up, and I'd love it if we could all just drop what we're doing and get to work here. I'm seeing you're all just staring at me instead of doing anything. This is making me a little bit uncomfortable. If we could hurry it up a bit, I'd really appreciate it.
Everything okay there, Mooshnik?
What came up? Oh, by the way, you wrote a favor. You might want to go collect on that.
Oh, what? Oh, why didn't you tell me so?
I
There
just
was
did.
eating my 70th breakfast, and you tell me I got a favor, and I probably spent it all on eating as much as a cow.
No, I think it's a bigger favor than that.
Yeah.
You sure? That was a lot of bacon I had.
It's at least 2 cows.
Yeah.
Is it okay for me to go in there? I mean,
Yeah, go for it.
Are the
Go
floors
for it.
clean? Is she decent?
I'll take you. She should be decent by now. I mean, never mind. I didn't say that.
If you say so.
I'll lead Mooshnik back to Miss Sally.
Well, I do actually have some business to take care of, so shall we? I imagine we all have business to take care of. Shall we reconvene at a later time?
Yeah, sure. I've got some paintings to poke with Lana.
Yep.
Kern,
Yeah, you do.
Have,
Yeah, right.
Kern, do you have anything pressing that you're engaged in at the moment?
No, not really. Just
could I ask for your assistance in locating our wayward priestess?
Sure, yeah.
All right.
Have you guys forgotten about our highest priority, which is Stanley?
Oh god damn, we need to go talk to Stanley right now.
We can do both.
Yeah, well, okay.
Why don't you guys be Team Stanley?
All right, yeah, I'll coordinate a meeting time with Bowen as we're walking to meet Stanley. I can do that.
Absolutely. Yeah, that works for me. And now we can shift to Lana and Davynn.
Well, Mooshnik needs to ask a favor.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mushrump
yeah,
first.
true.
And
So
then
you
he can
guys-
join Xylund on a team, get
Yeah.
higher or something.
Because we just did
Oh.
another book club.
Team Smokehouse.
I think
All
Xylund
right.
wants to get the rights.
Yeah, I can. I'm sort of a law guy, so I can focus on that with Mushnik after we do this.
Okay. So Mushnik and Xylund re-enter the solar. Masali is
Mushnik will
still
be
there.
entering with his hat over his eyes.
Okay. She appears to be writing something and looks up, mildly surprised.
Is it-
Yes.
Is it okay for me to look upon you? I don't want to see you with your nippers out. I know that you and Xylund just, from the way he put it, just had a rumpus.
I did not say that. I just wanted.
No, but it
Put it
was
on the
heavily implied with the winks to wee little Davynn's comment.
I had something in my eye.
Oh,
God damn
so
it.
you two didn't go for the ringer then. I mean, I had images in my head of like pit over that table, just swords and
And Nasali clears her throat, puts up her hands. How can I help you?
oh yeah. So I was thinking that all the others they said, oh, I would get a favor for doing the thing, and I'm like, oh, I don't know what was a favor. First, is all of that bacon I had for breakfast count as the favor?
No, that does not count as a favor. We wanted to make sure that you were all fed.
Oh, good. In that case, I would like, as my favor, to be on my way.
Of course.
She's giving us a boat. We're going to become a special agent squad.
Yeah, you know, that's not really my thing. I just kind of wander around and look at trees and mushrooms and poke squirrels occasionally. And it's like, I kind of helped you because it's like those wee lasses really needed it. The rest of you looked like you couldn't tell your heads from your butts. And now I'm like, okay, it went from helping some poor children who didn't know which way was up and to save the world somehow. I don't know how that happened. It was quite fun, except for the parts where it wasn't. But I'd quite like to get back to just not being around literally anybody.
I can certainly sympathize with that. You don't need any boon from me to
Oh,
leave.
in that case, can you grow some more mushrooms in your castle gardens? There's severe lacking of good mushrooms.
I am sure we can arrange that. If you have any suggestions, we can certainly look into it.
Oh, I've got suggestions. Look, I got some growing under my toenail right now. They're absolutely splendid in a soup. You grow those, put in everything that you don't have to necessarily eat the ones I've got right now. You just grow them in your garden, someplace dark and damp and extra stinky and filthy. They'll be the most delicious thing you ever put in your mouth.
Don't forget the other kind of mushrooms too, Mushnik.
Oh, am I allowed to grow those kinds of mushrooms?
Yeah.
Oh, in that case, there's one in the ear right now. You do that one, you put that one in your soup, and you'll be having a huge time.
So Nasali is taking in this vaudeville show that is being performed in front of her. She pulls a cord. You can hear a bell ring down the hall. And within 10 seconds, a a figure appears from a side door that's melded into the wall. It's one of those secret passages for servants. But a man comes through. Annie would have recognized him as the chamberlain who pitched a fit when she started messing with the garden. But Nasali gestures to him and says, "This is Chamberlain Egan. He handles everything effectively. Egan, this is Mooshnik. He has some ideas for improving the diversity of the garden that I think are most interesting, and we should definitely take under advisement. Why don't you take him to the garden and allow him to share his expertise with you?"
Oh, yes, that sounds great, though.
So the Chamberlain looks confused and kind of grossed out at Mooshnik. But he does sort of lead you back into the servants' corridor, and you wind your way to the garden to go plant mushrooms.
As he's leading Mushnik away, I will sort of stop him and say, I've got some stuff I should probably take care of that you probably will find about as interesting as I find gardening. So maybe we should just say goodbye here.
I suppose. In that case, little Xylund, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, I'll shake his hand. Thanks
I don't know
for...
where that thing's been. Don't touch me with that. You haven't washed up since you came out of here last, laddie.
I guess that's fair. All right. I guess keep it stinky, and I'll wander off.
If it's stinky, that gives me an idea of what you've been doing with it.
Oh God!
He's gonna turn into Sally, of course. He's gonna take nod of the head and apologies to the face. I'm assuming you wait.
Oh gosh, you guys are awful.
Oh God!
You guys are insulting the head of state that just offered you employment. She's gonna...
To be fair, this
I
is the
w- I
one
was-
person who was rejecting it.
I was going to wait until we were out of earshot of Masali before
Mushrump will go out and clap the chamberlain on the back and tell him all about the mushrooms. And how
Yes,
important that
tell
is.
them all about the mushrooms. All right. We're going to take a quick break to reset the audio, and then we'll pick up with Davynn and Lana's painting adventure.
You set
I
the
think-
audio and get some brain footage.
Lily
What?
and I already are on our way to Stanley, so Xylund can
Right.
catch up with us as well.
Okay. Is that what you want to do? then?
I'm going to... Let's see. I don't know that they're heading for Stanley, so...
You
I guess-
know that they said they were going for Stanley.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, I guess I'll catch up with them. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so we are back, and we are going to shift over to team painting. And Davynn and Lana. We're being led by what looks to be like a guard. They're not banded brigade, at least not according to their uniform, so they're probably a low-level castle guard who has a torch and looks fairly nervous about this whole endeavor. But he
You
does.
got it.
He's leading you to the back end and the underground sections of the castle. And he doesn't quite seem to know where he's going. Every now and again, he pulls out a bit of parchment from his pocket. He seems to be consulting a map or a diagram to get you where you need to go. And you do end up taking a few wrong turns in the twisty tunnels of the underground. But eventually, you make it. And there are actually several large rooms, as he explains to you, full of art. It takes him a minute to get the door open to the first one because it's a wooden door and it's swollen and it's door jamb. But he puts a shoulder to it and gets it open for you. And this is a massive room. None of the paintings seem to be hung on the wall. They're kind of stacked against one another. There are sculptures in here that have been set aside. Some are covered and some aren't. It's a big storage room. It looks like a giant attic that you've just walked into. And he stands at the door. He's not going to go inside any further. He'll stand here and hold the torch. He's clearly not happy about being down here.
So, Davynn, we're technically looking for one in particular, but just to be safe, we should touch all of them.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
And then just start methodically going through everything.
And touch
I
him.
will follow and touch, and I am distracted.
Yeah.
So let's get an investigation roll. See how
I'm
long it
gonna
takes.
stick inspiration on Davynn.
Yay! I'm gonna need
Not
it.
that it's gonna help.
Severely distracted. Oh. That was a good roll.
Got up to a 12.
Yeah. So Davynn is absolutely distracted. He's just pulling up picture after picture, some naked lady pictures in there. Gives him pause. But Lana, you're able to find what you think is the painting. It looks similar to the one that you walked into, but it's almost as if it's the same picture seen through an impressionist lens. Like it's kind of smeared. But it's got the same. I mean, you can recognize that tree. It's pretty distinguished or distinguishable. The big pink tree. Everything's just sort of swirled and smeared and clouded.
I'm sure that's fine.
And it's huge. It's easily the same size that it was in the construct. It's leaned up against the wall with a bunch of other paintings on top of it, but they're light enough, especially with Davynn's help, that you can move them out of the way and get to the main event.
I mean, obvious step one, poke it.
Okay.
Just
it feels like a painting. You hit canvas.
that tracks.
Last time, what did it do? Did it just like suck you into it?
Pretty much, yeah.
All right, so I guess we should watch each other to make sure that we know that which painting it is, because last time you just kind of disappeared too.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, all good, all worked out in the end.
All right. We try the others?
Yeah. Here, let me try this one. I'm gonna poke another one.
Okay.
Continue poking more.
All the paintings that you poke appear to be paintings. They all feel like canvas and paint, and the paint kind of on some of the older ones chips away where you touch it.
Tech magic time.
Tech magic time.
Dark magic time.
Yes,
Which has a tendency to just strobe light while we're in this building, but
it does. Except in this room. There's not a whole lot pinging for you in this room. Your pendant, clearly.
Yeah.
Like you guys go off. Clearly. Plenty of magic there. But other than that, nothing here seems to be giving off anything.
There's one more thing I'm gonna try. Davynn, come over here. Like, drop dead.
Alright.
So, one of those things.
Wait,
It's probably fine.
okay, cool.
Just
Yeah,
something
gotcha.
they mentioned this time. Anyway, here, I'm gonna very, very carefully take the pendant off while maintaining contact with it, hand on the stone. Put Davynn's hand over that in mine, and then very, very briefly and very quickly let go while touching it.
The moment you touch it, your fingertip goes through.
Okay. Hey, Davynn, try.
I will touch it.
It feels like canvas to you.
Okay, doesn't work for me.
I'll try to get permission for you.
All right. how do I know? How long should I wait for you while you're
I
in there?
don't know. Probably don't burn it if I don't come back. Like, that's probably not the right approach.
Okay. I wasn't going to.
Okay, sorry. I think I've been around Xylund too long.
That's fair.
I don't know. Give me half an hour if I'm not back. Go get the others to consider burning the painting. I'm not really sure how they could help, honestly. But,
We'll see. Maybe I'll grab Lily or something.
Yeah. Okay. I'll see if I can step through the thing.
Okay. Without your pendant, you are able to.
Yeah,
step
this is a
through-
smart plan.
You're able to step through into the woods. Same woods, same tree, same song on the wind. It sort of hits you in the face, all the smells of the flowers, and it just all comes rushing over you in one moment. Yeah, this is definitely the same place that you were before, and the fingertips, the silver fingertips that were left on your arm, it's almost like they wake up as well. They start to throb a little bit. It's not super painful. It's just enough to make you aware that they're there.
Just like worms under your skin. It's fine.
Yeah, it's okay.
Nope. I know what worked last time, and I have a loot.
All right. So you play the song. And the same she-type creature comes out. The exaggerated elf comes from around a tree, looking honestly happy to see you. He says, "Oh, you've come back. Oh, how wonderful."
Told you I was going to.
Well,
I mean, if I didn't die, which I didn't. So,
I'm very glad. And I'm very glad you've decided to change things up. I think we have a lot to teach you if you have time to stay a bit.
I think I have half an hour before I'm at risk of getting things going poorly, and I can poke my head back out to get more time than that.
Well, perhaps we won't keep you then. I am pleased that you were able to find me down here. I don't think even the castle denizens understand what they have. Very lonely existence. Being in the dark all the time. Go ahead. What were you going to say, Noel?
I think she died.
Oh no. Did we lose Noel?
Oh.
She got lost in the painting.
Yeah.
He is now canvas.
She's in the
Dead.
painting.
Much less than half an
All
hour.
right, time to burn down the painting.
Yep, there we go. Light it on fire.
As a magical researcher extraordinaire, that I concur with that course of action.
Well, that was fantastic timing.
We already burned down the painting, sorry.
Ah, shit. All right.
Lily said it was the only way.
All right. All right.
You were out for 2 seconds, but it was like 7 hours in the real world.
Yeah, that was weird. I could hear you, but until I switched networks, none of you could hear me, which was very sad.
Okay, so what were you going to say?
I'm not quite sure the last time you heard me.
Probably not.
Because I was
so go
talking
ahead.
for quite a while there.
Well, go ahead and repeat it.
Well, I tried to bring company, but he got stuck on the other side of the painting.
Well, this is a sacred place for special people. Not everyone can just come through, you know.
What exactly are the criteria for being able to do that? Just out of curiosity.
Given your limited time, It would be somewhat complicated. Those who are touched, those who are like us, like you, those who have tendrils to the old world. You understand?
In theory.
Don't look so concerned. This is happy, yes?
I think so. Maybe. Where I'm from, that's generally viewed as a dangerous thing, I think. But I'm doing fine.
You're doing more than fine. I wish you could stay longer.
I mean, I probably have a little more time before they actually try burning things.
Well, then come and sit with me. I don't get much company.
I will do so.
So he does. He leads you back to the little tea spot, which looks exactly the same as it did before. I told you if you rid yourself of things that I could teach you more, things would be easier. And I didn't lie, did I?
No. Honestly, I expected to be mostly dead right now. So
I think you'll find it is it's difficult to snuff out remnants like us. You still look worried.
not worried so much as deeply confused.
Nothing to be confused of. It's fine. You're simply you're part of a very old and very proud bloodline. I'm not sure how, but I can see it in you.
I have two theories, and I can probably figure out which one's right based on throwing my sister at the painting.
He says as he pours you some tea. There's another of you. You have a sister.
I do, a twin.
Is she like you?
In many ways. Perhaps not the relevant one, but I can find out. She's also not here, but in the building.
I see. Well, if she is anything like you, I would love to meet her as well. What happened with your friend?
The drawing? Well, he's no longer a drawing, flesh and blood person. Also very interested in coming here, incidentally.
Ah, well, he would be welcome.
I'll bring them both next time.
Okay. I would be interested to hear what it was like to be a painting. I mean,
from what I understand, excruciatingly neutral.
Oh. Well, that's disappointing. I was expecting a more grandiose story. Well,
he also thought he was dead, so that may have colored his perception.
Well, he was.
Oh, okay.
You were all caught in a very nasty little mousetrap.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I'm glad you were able to find me, and very glad you decided to come back.
Of course.
It would be lovely if I could somehow leave the underbelly of this castle.
As in step out of the painting and move, or if the painting moves? Because I can potentially arrange that.
The painting would have to go. I wouldn't last long, I don't think, in the world of humans.
Is this the kind of painting that, out of character, that you can like cut out of the frame and roll up, or?
It's super large. Like I said, it's.
I have a bag of holding. I'm just.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, you could definitely take it out and roll it up. It is very big, but it would. The canvas itself could be rolled up. Yeah.
This is slightly stretching what I asked Nasali, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Oh god.
I
I'm
want to
sure
go
that
see a
one guard
painting.
won't
Watch me
mind.
vandalize this painting.
Let me tear the painting. What I mean is, I want to cut it out of its frame.
And take
and
it.
leave with it.
I'm sure it will be fine.
The voice in the painting told me I should do it.
Yeah, clearly.
I
Getting
mean-
good advice.
I mean, we
She
saw what
did
happened.
get sucked into the painting, so
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
I mean,
Do you
we
get to
did.
claim ownership at that point?
We did see what happened the last time somebody decided to muck with something in the castle.
And
It
I mean-
turned out fine.
exactly.
Yes.
That's what my
Everything's
point was.
Fine.
I only have good ideas.
Yes. So yeah, your host is like visibly excited by this.
I mean, you might mostly see the interior of the bag of holding for a little while, but
I'm used to seeing in the darkness. I don't have any fear of that. But if I could travel with you, that would be, I think, a wonderful arrangement for both of us. Don't you
I see
agree?
nothing that can go wrong with this arrangement.
I'm glad. I'm glad you agree.
Yes, I'll do that.
Wonderful. I couldn't have asked for a better scenario. But we should get
Whoa.
you back before your friends worry.
Yeah, probably. They have a tendency to panic.
So he stands up and he offers you, sends you a hand to help you up as
Take it.
well. And he does that grip again where he
Yep.
ends up at the elbow rather than your wrist, but helps you up.
I'm gonna have more finger marks now.
Mhm. And leads you through the watercolor forest to a spot that looks exactly like just an extension of the forest to you, but he assures you 2 steps forward and you'll be back among your people.
All right. Thank you. Hopefully I'll see you again soon, potentially with others.
I look forward to it.
I will take 2 steps.
And you are back in the portrait gallery.
Hey, Davynn,
Looking
you
at
still there?
Davynn.
You panicking?
I'm like talking to the person who's standing guard.
Oh,
So,
excellent.
is that
Okay,
was that
good.
about 20 minutes now? I lost
Hey,
track
Davynn.
of it like 200 minutes. Oh, hi, you're back.
I'm right. Yeah. Am I still feeling okay?
You feel fine. The marks
Right.
on your arm have grown.
That's
starting
not
That's
to
necessary.
grow
definitely
together.
All right. Keep holding on to that thing I do for a second, then, Davynn.
Okay.
Also, can you you've made friends with this guy. That's great. Can you talk to him in the other room for a second?
Sure. Hey, Rick. Why don't you keep on telling me about your rutabaga collection?
Okay.
This is the best idea I've ever had.
So Rick the guard, apparently, as he has been christened by Davynn, leave the room. Rick Gardsley, to have some discussion.
All right. And I'm
Oh
gonna.
god, you're not even gonna ask. No.
No. I'm just gonna take it. Easier to ask forgiveness than permission.
I don't think that's the way that it goes.
And so with a combination of doing something to a frame and stopping a painting via levitation spells,
All right.
I'm gonna take this thing.
Okay. So you liberate the canvas from its frame and roll it up. And again, it is sizable, but with the levitate, you're able to muscle it into the bag of holding without too
And then
much trouble.
And then I will, since they were all sort of stacked, I'm just gonna put some things in front of the now empty frame, so it was like we were never here.
All right. Good enough. Now again, with Rick Gardsley outside, there is no light in here. Now I know you can see, but anyone else looking in here, like they wouldn't notice anything different.
Excellent. Absolutely perfect. And then I will go rejoin Davynn.
So when you think about it, growing rutabagas and growing potatoes is pretty similar. Oh, hey, Lana.
Hey, Davynn. I have so much to tell you.
Great. I've had plenty
Nice
of stuff
to
to
meet
ask
you, Rick.
Rick Gardsley.
We should go, like, now.
Yes. So yes, Rick Gardsley leads you back towards the castle proper, consulting his diagram at notable intersections. He gets you back to what's essentially the diplomat wing where you guys slept, and leaves you there. His job is now over.
Along the way, I would like to ask Lana some questions unrelated to the painting.
Sure.
But yeah, I'd like to basically ask. Excuse me if this is not my place to pry, but I feel like you and Lily have had something going on ever since we met you guys.
Yeah. It felt kind of weird to bring it up since it's fairly localized to just us when the whole world was on fire, if you know what I mean.
But the world's not
Now
on fire
it's
anymore.
Not. Though I'm not actually. Recent events have suggested that we've actually been barking up the wrong tree this whole time, because I am currently alive and you are holding that. And that kind of goes against the assumption that we were working off.
Huh. Wait,
Yeah.
so is this thing supposed to keep you alive? Take it back.
I'm really kind of enjoying this, actually. Look, you have to test your hypotheses, right? Clearly we could have gone on forever not realizing.
Sure, yeah. But also, let's make sure that you don't die first. Here.
Okay, fine. Put it in a pocket.
So, what exactly is going on, if I can ask?
This is gonna sound weird, but you're probably gonna have to ask Lily. I kept my head out of it. Our family got up to some plainer nonsense. They didn't make it. Lily and I did. Me halfway.
Huh.
Yeah,
Well,
we were kids.
I can relate to that.
Yeah, I know, right? Parents are awful. So I didn't want to deal with it. I just assumed it was going to kill me, and I moved on. And then Lily was brilliant, and it didn't.
Well,
and here we are. And then I started climbing into paintings. It's been a really long week.
Well, I'm glad it didn't kill you. And
Me too.
tell you what, if you guys help me with my planar nonsense, because you guys have been helping me with my
You couldn't
planar
stop
nonsense.
me at this point.
Yeah, great.
I'm invested in
Cool.
the story. I don't write half a song.
Fair enough, but I'm just saying, if you guys need help with your planar nonsense, I'm totally down to help out with that too.
Well, I appreciate that. And I may actually need your help in the very immediate future, because Nasali likes you, and I just stole a painting.
Wait, you did what?
I took it.
Is that what the asking me to talk to Rick?
Yeah.
I just made a friend. You made me use that friendship?
Yes? Look, it's not his fault.
Okay.
It
well,
was important. Can you
I
imagine
trust you.
Xylund's face if he manages to climb in there?
Yeah, fair.
Exactly. Anyway, so it's in the bag of holding now?
Great. That probably wasn't a dangerous idea at all.
Yeah, definitely not. Oh, shit, that was really dangerous, wasn't it?
I think so. It's been a while since
Yeah.
I've really...
Well, as with many things, we thought it would kill us, and it didn't.
So yeah, good job us, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, Lily's gonna lose her mind.
Our lives have been interesting recently.
Yeah. We should catch up with them before they, murder that guy.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, as we're going to go murder Stanley.
Yeah, Xylund probably finds it pretty easy to catch up with us because Lily's still moving at half speed.
Yep.
Oh, it looks like you had an intruder.
Intruder alert!
Yeah.
Intruder alert!
Stab the nurse.
I'll get a coffee refill while she's busy.
Danger, danger, Will Robinson.
Wee-oo.
Okay, sorry. Vitals have to be taken to make sure I'm alive.
Are you?
Yeah, I was about to say, so are you?
Excellent.
I mean, you
am.
sound alive.
I'm alive, yeah.
I mean,
Like, if y'all would have known my blood pressure and blood oxygen levels and temperature, I could tell you that.
I feel it's kind of like personal information.
It is. I'm really not going to tell you that, but
Okay.
I had to have them measured.
How are they?
They're good. I'm good. I'm fine. I'm just gotta do a physical therapy bit so I can go home.
Yay.
Yay! And
Good.
hopefully have enough internet to continue to do this. 'Cause I will be moving out to the boons, even more so than this. Okay, so everyone back?
yes.
Yes.
All right. You got your coffee?
Still at
Mhm.
half speed, but yes.
Yes, Lily at half speed. So yeah, Xylund should have no problem catching up to Team Stanley. Are you guys just headed for the
We're heading-
barracks, or
Yeah, he's probably at the barracks.
Yeah.
okay? You're just heading for Baron Hold. All right.
Yep.
Yeah, I imagine Lily is. I imagine she's got a pretty strange gait,
Like, it's a
considering
very...
her ankles are stone.
Yeah, I imagine it's like a very, very exaggerated limp going on. But
Yeah.
with, like, both feet.
Yeah, I imagine Lily is
So you're just-
definitely
You're just stone up to the ankles then, or
basically
Yeah,
like
I
a
think,
little past the ankles.
maybe
Yeah,
we
I
should
think you said
get
it...
that sorted out first.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm talking to Bowen at the same time. I'm sending a
Oh, it's
sending
Bowen
to
with
her.
us.
No, I
Oh,
can
okay, right,
magically
gotcha.
communicate with people.
Okay, so you're sending to Bowen.
Yeah, I'll be like, "Hey, Bowen. Lily wanted to talk to you. When would be a convenient time to meet, and where?"
And how?
Dot.
Dot dot dot.
Do I
You
still
can-
have more words? Oh, okay, I do. Wait.
Add love and kisses silent.
Love and kisses
XXO
silent.
XOO XO.
Always. So the response you get back is, "I'm at the mount. I can't talk right now. I'll get back with you."
Right.
Rude.
All right. I transferred over to Lily. Said she can't talk right now. She's at the mount, but she knows that you would like to speak, and she will get back with us.
Well, just as well that we have other business to take care of.
Yep.
Don't mind me. I'll get there.
So the three of you hobble along.
Oh wait, I have a horse. I
You do?
summon Snowfunks. And I
Okay.
let Lily
Yeah.
ride him.
Oh,
Okay, that's helpful.
Thank you. Oh god, that was exhausting.
In the castle.
Well, ideally outside of the
Yeah,
castle.
I wait till we're outside.
Since when do we do things ideally?
Ideally outside of the castle. You're able to.
Up till that point, Kern's just been giving her a piggyback, right?
So you guys make your way to the hold, and the city is slowly, like, you can still see curls of mist on the ground. It's a little triggering, but yeah. But you can also hear the sounds of construction and shouts and, folks barking orders at each other as you make your way through the old city and down to Baron Hold. Doors are shut, and there are once again guards posted, not only in front, the two standing in front, but there's also archers stationed up above. The security has improved significantly since the last time you were in Baron Hold.
Maybe we should try to lure him out so we can beat him up.
I mean, aren't we now representatives of Nasali?
I don't know.
Not until tomorrow.
That's fair. Oh, by the way, Erie, I put that letter, that envelope, inside the journal because I imagine it's probably got a like twine or a latch or something that keeps it closed.
Okay.
Safekeeping.
Mhm.
Well,
I mean, we can find out where he is and then see, like, play the nice people card to get him, like, comfortable around us, and then all of a sudden, like, hit him up with the demands. I feel like that might be the route to
Okay,
go.
you do that. Make it clear, though, if he's resistant, that we're going to be his superiors as of tomorrow. So, unless he wants to get, I don't know, hung up in a crow's nest, or what are those things called? Crow cages?
Crow cages?
Yeah, unless he wants that.
See, the thing is, he's been in the army or whatever this is for forever. Like, those threats are made, like, all the time. It's like, oh, like, go do this, or you'll be hung the next morning or something. We need to, like, find something that would actually scare him, like legal trouble or something.
Oh, tell him I'm
Well,
a law paladin.
it seems like we can use oh, what's that scenario? I've read about it. I think it's good lawman, bad lawman. One of you is nice and attempts to empathize and connect with him on a friendly level, and then the other is, hard, angry, and full of threats and violence. And he gets confused and ends up seeking the protection of the kind, friendly lawman and acquiesces to
All right.
your demands.
I think it's obvious who should play who.
I'm clearly the
Obviously, Xylund should be the good lawman.
good one. Yes, that's what I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
You know what? Yep, let's do it.
What did you? Who cast what?
That was
Lana.
way too long of a description.
Lana's got her pipes of the sewers.
Lots of rats.
Wait, are you summoning rats to help find them?
Yes.
Okay. Let's
Well,
do
you guys
this.
know where they went. Like, you know they're going to beat up Stanley.
You don't know where Stanley is?
You
No,
can
that's
guess.
true, but neither do they.
That's
All right,
okay.
we're gonna
See,
go
this is
to
why
the
we need
barracks and be
rats.
like, hey, so do you guys know where Stanley is? We have a package for him.
Is that what you're saying to the guard?
I guess so. Whoever's there.
Okay. Lana is summoning her rats to go find you. So you're looking for Stanley? You have a package for Stanley?
Yep, that we need to deliver to him.
This sounds like the start of a porn, but continue.
It does. It absolutely does. And it would be called Good
Or
Lawman,
like a
Bad Lawman.
mailman, like
No.
Kern doesn't look like a mailman.
No. So the guard station says, Stanley,
He won this beautiful horse. I motioned towards the horse. In a raffle.
Who's
For all his good
Stanley?
work during the crisis. It was the crisis raffle. And he won a horse.
I'm
You were
not
all
included. I'm not included with the horse, by the way.
No.
Just clarifying.
Or maybe she might be. You don't know.
No. The second prize winner won her. We're gonna go there after we
What?
drop off
I
the
was
horse.
below the horse.
Look at this fine horse.
I don't know if I'm more offended that I was included in the raffle or that I came below the horse.
Well, horses are valuable. I mean, so the guard kind of
All right,
shakes
God.
his head. He's like, okay. I mean, Stanley's inside.
I don't know why we're going through all this.
I don't know either.
That's
But I love it.
This is the worst idea.
Yeah. I think
Or
he's
the best.
stuff in his gob. I can go get him for you if you'd like.
Okay.
Please.
Well,
Actually-
we need to like go over some signing over some stuff to him. So if possible, we could like a side room or something to like talk about it with him.
Or maybe we should just meet outside the barracks here so that our
Yeah,
horse
that'd
doesn't
be
dirty
fine.
your
Yeah.
we don't want you to have to shovel up our Horse poop. As
Yeah,
fine as the
yeah.
horse poop would no doubt be coming from this fine animal.
Guards kind of look at one another.
We needed a better plan.
Yeah, whatever you say, I guess.
All right, we'll meet him outside.
Oh, I'll go let him know you're here. Just wait over there, okay?
Okay, well, can we wait like right outside the barracks and
You can wait right outside the gate.
outside of bowshot?
Yeah, you can get out of bow shot if you want to.
In case this goes badly.
So the guard disappears, and it takes about 10 minutes before Stanley comes sauntering out. He's gnawing on something, like a bread roll or a pastry or something, and comes striding up to you guys, in no real hurry. I was like, oh, it's you guys. I was told I want a horse or a lady. Both.
It was all a ruse, I'm afraid, Stanley.
Well, I'm frankly shocked.
Oh, just keeps getting better.
We've come to make a polite request of you that you stop telling our tales, because we were actually going on all these adventures for, well, not for the sole purpose of eventually selling them in pamphlet form, but that was one of the goals. And so you're kind of, treading on our whole raison d'etre there. So knock it off, please.
Well, I mean, come on.
That's not a very good argument. Come on, man. What do you?
Well,
Hey!
the thing is, to be fair, Xylund, we have not actually seen these things, so he might actually be like a decent writer, which.
Oh no. They're crap. I mean, they're half made up, and I use your names and most of your likenesses and vague details from the reports that I get. But most of it is absolute horseshit.
Okay, well, we're going to be
even
coming up with
fiction based off of a real person, according to, a law case Gayle told me about. We're still owed compensation off of that. Otherwise, we could sue you for like slander and stuff and libel.
I'm a paladin of Grenin. Right after here, we're going over to a Grenin temple, and we're going to straighten out some legal stuff. And it'd be super easy for us to just throw this into the pile of legal stuff we have to get sorted out, if that's what you want.
So you've got proof?
Yeah, your pamphlet.
You use our names.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, my name isn't on it. My name isn't anywhere near it.
Well, I'm a paladin of Grenin. They'll take my word over yours.
I remember the Orange and Order.
Well, so are we as of tomorrow. Actually, we're going to be your superiors. And we're going to fucking put you in a crow cage if you don't goddamn knock it off.
And he's the good lawman.
I'm the good lawman. You don't even know what this guy gets up to. Behind his mild exterior and his fabulous hair beats the mind and heart of a fucking lunatic.
I heard him muttering something about salt on your feet and letting sheep lick them. I don't know. It seemed weird.
That
What?
definitely seems. Stanley takes out his notebook and writes that down. That's going in the next one.
Thing is, if you want to keep doing this, we're gonna need to get a cut of what you're making.
I don't think that's true.
No, we can't keep doing it. That's the thing. We're going to be coming up with our own versions.
Otherwise, you can't keep doing it.
I don't think that's true either.
I believe it's true 100%. And it's 3 people believing that's true versus 1 person, so obviously we're in the right.
And one of them is a paladin of Grenin, who is all about law and truth and shit like that.
Yes, Davynn and Lana, you are welcome to enter this scene whenever you feel like it. Because these guys have been arguing for quite some time.
Hey guys!
Oh, Lana,
That's 2
Davynn!
more people that think we're
Thank
in the right.
God!
That's
Hey,
5 to 1.
how's it going? Hey, Stanley.
You have
Hi,
no
Davynn.
idea how glad I am to see you two.
Stanley's got his notebook out. He's just taking notes.
I'd knock it out of his hand. Stop that. That's our intellectual property.
Oh, okay. I see how this is going. Stanley, what have they said to you thus far?
Stanley bends down and picks up his notebook. It's probably the only time you've ever seen him without, a smile on his face. And he flips back a page and he reads. And he just reads verbatim everything Xylund just said to him, including the part
Amazing.
about Kern being a lunatic.
Guys, we looked away for like half an hour.
Kern,
To be
I thought you
fair-
were better than this.
To be fair, half an hour is a long time. By the way, Lana, did you lose something?
No, and we
Stairs.
will talk about that later.
Stairs, daggers.
We will talk about that when this guy is not transcribing us. Anyway,
And he is, too. He's totally writing down everything you guys are saying.
Stop it,
So,
Stanley! Stop
Stanley,
it.
what it sounds like is you don't want to stop doing this, right? Because this is doing well for you.
It's a nice side hustle. It pays
Yeah, and
better
like
than,
there's no way to link it back to you, right? So there's no way that we could prove that you're the one who's doing this.
Yeah, pretty much.
So what you're saying is, by your own admission, we could be making our own adventures.
Yeah. I won't stop you.
Lily,
And we
Lily
could
uses-
officially endorse our own adventures in person.
You could do that
I
again.
totally could, right?
Yeah.
So what would happen? What do you think would happen to your little side hustle then?
I'd probably have to find a new one.
So what I'm thinking is it would be better if we could, come out in public and be like, yeah, this is stuff we've actually done. We personally totally agree with everything.
Have you
Yeah,
seen?
but he's not wanting to pay us for it though.
No, that's not happening.
Well, we don't need him to pay us. We just need him to stop. Also, there are too many good lawmen all of a sudden.
Lily uses her height advantage to see the transcriptions that Stanley's making. He's actually very good at that. He's actually managed to get everything everybody has said, even when we were talking over each other.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. That's impressive.
Have you seen Gale's notes? They're goddamn brilliant.
I have seen Gale's notes, and those are on a completely different level.
So I'm
All
thinking.
right. Hey, if you want me to stop, I will stop.
Thank you.
It was getting weird anyway because I sort of wrote myself into a corner. It happens, I guess.
Was it a tragic death scene? Usually a tragic
No,
death
it
scene.
was a romance. People are always, will
Just
they
out
or
of
won't
curiosity,
they?
what was this romance?
I can't spoil it for you. If you guys haven't bothered to read it.
Hey, it's literally
Why would we
us.
want
Come
to read
on.
it? We lived it.
Well, not the romance part so much.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm pretty sure
Unless
we
it
haven't
was
done the romance
between
part. What?
Ian-
Who is the romance?
Except
I
for
am
being the
Xylund and
solid-
myself.
Both.
nope.
I'm both morbidly interested and also at the same time inexplicably terrified.
Well,
Actually, guys, having fanfic written about us might not be the worst thing.
yeah, that's basically what it is.
Fan?
Wait. So hold on. We've been writing about us, and we need to get it to figure out who the romance was.
I guess I could tell you, but it loses a lot of, the punch if I just
Okay,
tell
fine.
you.
Here, I'm gonna take out my gold pouch. How much for the romance one?
God damn it! No,
Damn it,
you were just
damn
gonna
it!
tell us.
This is so much better than I thought this would go.
Well, okay. Now, see if you can appreciate this. I'm trusting your artistic senses here. See, it was a love triangle to begin with. It was initially our young Master Davynn
Oh.
and our cute bard,
Hmm.
and
Wait.
then
What? Huh?
well, and then
And
and then
then?
and then the paladin. You see,
What?
I had to rework the paladin though because I had to make him a hero. And
What?
then, but then that broke apart. It was a whole big thing, like a whole big chapter devoted to it. I was really proud of that. Where the bard just told you guys both to take a walk. And then the mushroom guy showed up, and that just was a whole other realm of possibilities there. So the mushroom guy came into it, and then he and the paladin got to be really good friends. And that's sort of the corner I wrote myself into, because even though they were off being super good friends and maybe more, see, I hadn't gotten to that part yet. The cleric was starting to realize that he had deep-seated feelings, and I didn't get to finish that particular
For who?
storyline.
For me or the mushroom?
Well, see, that was the thing, was I'd written myself into this corner,
Well, spoiler, it was me, obviously.
and I hadn't decided, you know.
All right, hold on. Can we workshop this? Because I feel like there's potential here.
I don't know. I mean, I feel I create
If
better.
you give us a cut, we
alone.
can tell you what's actually going on.
No. We don't need this. This is
No,
the story would be its own
all
reward.
of Xylund's antics. I think this could be good.
Yeah.
We've got our own version, though. Our version's better, and we can actually make money off of ours.
No. Right now, like while we're alive, like this is the story that we want. Then we can like have the boring history books about like what we actually did. This,
Yeah, I'm down
this
for
is
that.
good.
What, you think we should make this the official record of our exploits?
It's better than people knowing what we actually do.
I mean, the romance part is a little bit weird. I totally don't get that.
Well, it was.
Yeah.
I mean, I needed something because it can't all be dragon fights and damsel saving. You know.
Okay,
people
but why
like
us
variety.
two specifically to get it started? Because I don't think there's
Ah.
anything that supports that, right, Lana?
Yeah.
That
Anyway,
very confident.
I
there,
feel like no
Lana.
matter what I say, it's anyway.
I mean, you can see the dilemma that I'm in, because clearly.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
actually, if you think about it, you could very easily. You don't want to go with another love triangle because that's already been. You already did that, and doing it again just loses its
Well, I haven't
value.
resolved
From one
it.
writer to another, what you need now is like a good betrayal. Like someone's gotta, really wrong
Oh,
someone else, and then
tragic
you can't
death.
just milk that for chapters. Not a death because we are all still alive.
I thought you wanted me to stop right. I mean, he's
Mooshnik
right
is
at
leaving.
They
everything
Amazing.
I'm
might. I
saying.
think this is amazing.
You can kill off Mooshnik. He's leaving anyway.
That's a good point.
Wait, what?
Mushnik
Oh,
is
yeah.
leaving?
Oh, didn't I mention that?
No.
Yeah, that was his thing with Nisali. He just wants to bugger off into the forest again. I guess
Oh.
I already said my goodbyes, but you guys
Yeah.
might want to say goodbye.
Maybe we should go back and say goodbye to him and stop terrorizing this guy.
Let's do that.
Yeah. I also have some things to update you guys on that we should probably do.
All right. The thing is, well, we want the first chapters so that we know what happens before anybody else does. Okay.
Yeah, just give us creative oversight, and then we'll be good. I think.
No, okay, how about this? We'll just let this live for now. We can keep the profits and everything, but once we get our own version started up, then he has to go out of business. Does that sound fair to
Yeah,
everyone?
but also, if you
I mean,
think about
obviously.
it, Gayle does really good at taking good notes, and Stanley's clearly fine at churning out a bunch of schlock all the time.
No.
So we can divide labor.
No,
This could be
our
amazing.
version and his version are going to be totally separate. We got to come out
kinda
at
like
some
his
point and
version.
tell how it actually happened. But for now,
Yeah,
Why?
but like
This-
while
this
things
is
are
fine
actually
for-
going
for-
on,
for
we don't need
publicity.
them.
Yeah,
We don't
we
need the
can
world to
publish
know
a
what we're
bland
doing.
history book for the people who want that, but that's not what the masses want.
Yeah.
okay, this is fine
This
for
is
now.
what will
then.
be remembered for.
Although I would like
Wow.
some periodic statements of how much you're making off of this, so that because if it gets too big, then we're going to want to cut.
While the group has been like discussing this, Lily has just been kind of leaning over and
I was gonna
whispering
say,
to Stanley
Lily's
the
on her horse
entire
whole
time. Like she's been just like whispering like all kinds of ideas and suggestions to him the entire time, and as soon as Xylund turns back to Stanley, she just like sits up, is like, "What?"
He writes it all down beautifully. Says, well, I always appreciate it when you guys visit. He just kind of laughs to himself. Anytime you want to come by and threaten / congratulate me, you feel
Every
free.
time we've interacted with this guy, he's come out on top.
Yeah, every time.
He is very good, and we do it to ourselves. We really
he
do.
just waits us out.
As we're walking away, I guess, Lily's just gonna be like, and don't forget the on again, off again rogue. That's a very good source of conflict, especially with the Paladin. Nothing.
Stanley wanders back into Baronhold. Whatever
I,
he
uh,
says when he gets to the gate makes the guards laugh, so it's probably at your expense.
That makes
Oh,
sense.
obviously.
We're going to
honestly.
be your
We
superiors
deserve-
tomorrow.
As we're walking away, I just put my hand around Xylund's shoulder and just like pat him on the shoulder, and like give Stanley like a weird look back, and I'll just whisper,
Guys.
"Gotta give the people what they want, Xylund. Gotta give the people what they want."
Yeah.
All right.
Um,
So, you guys heading back to the castle then?
Yeah, we got to say bye to Moosh.
Yeah. So you guys make your way back to the castle in fairly short order. And Mushnik, you have finished dealing with the Chamberlain. You have schooled him on the ways of mushrooms and increased the biodiversity of the castle gardens by several fold.
Right, that makes sense.
Yes. So you're basically left alone to wander the castle.
Oh no.
Yeah, the Chamberlain brings you to sort of the diplomatic section, but there's nobody really attending to you, so you're kind of able to wander through on your own, and that's when you meet the rest of the crew who have entered the castle and are likewise wandering their way to the diplomatic section.
I feel like Lana, Davynn, and Kern we're all just all discussing what the potential like future of the book.
Yes,
that
I'm
Stanley's
sure you
writing.
guys are still
Absolutely,
buzzing over what's
absolutely.
going to happen.
Is there a chance we can cross over with Jack Dangerous?
Oh yes,
And then-
yes, absolutely.
But wait. There's another angle that you haven't really considered.
Oh?
Oh, look, there you all are.
Mushnik.
Oh, hello there,
Mushnik.
Mooshnik.
Oh, so how you
We've-
been? Where you been up to?
Nothing.
Oh, here and there. We heard you have some news for us.
I indeed, it seems, with a heavy art, it's time for me to tell you all. It's time for me to be going along my way.
Oh.
Yeah, you
Well-
know, just traveling with people was never really my thing. I just saw you all one time on the road, and you were asking which way to go, and I'm like, I just came from that direction, I'll show you, and boy howdy, did things go from there. Now, it's like, you find a little baby bird on the side of the road, and you want to take care of it, and you put it back in the nest, and next thing you know, you become its mummy. And, well, I never intended to become all of your mummies.
Well, I can definitely see how you kind of got swept up in things. But
Aye, and you know, the next step is I'm going to be chewing up your food and letting you eat out my own mouth. And that's where I draw the line.
well, I think we all will be glad to avoid that. But I wanted to say thank you for all the help and assistance you've given us.
Nah, don't
Yeah.
worry about it. It's what one my skill, caliber, and talent will do. We find people who need help and take care of them. And boy, have I never met anyone who needed help as much as the lot of you.
He's not very wrong.
Thanks, Mushnik.
That's sweet.
For
but
real,
also
we couldn't
kind
have
of
done
insulting.
this whole thing without you.
Yeah.
I know, I've heard that 100 times. You know, I'm not one for long goodbyes, but I remember the first time I saved the world. I was a lot younger back then, and I was with a bit of fellas quite a bit like all of you. You remind me of the old team. They're all dead now because well, I'm a little dwarf and they were all short-lived, and one of them got stabbed in the face by an evil necromancer. That was a problem. But I hope that in the future, none of you ever get stabbed in the face, evil necromancer or otherwise. And I promise I'll keep the promise to all of you, so it's a double promise that I won't bring any of you back from the dead as a zombie servant.
Was
even
that-
make certain I'm still
was that-
talking, hold on now. There'll be enough time for everything, you know. As much as I feel like I've imparted something on all of you, patience never did seem to be the one thing that you're able to pick up on. Like, there's this one time, I'm talking to this elf, and she was always hurrying around and wanting to do things. And you know what she did? She ran into a door before she opened it. So that'll be my advice to you. Don't run into doors before you open them.
We'll miss you, Mushnik.
Yeah.
Well, good luck in your adventures and travels, and with your bramble, and with all that. You know,
Don't get arrested.
we don't want to keep you.
Maybe we'll run into you sometime.
Oh, it's likely. I mean, assuming you do a little travel, if you stay here, maybe not so much. I'm thinking about going south for a bit. I don't know what's down there. I mean, I'm sure I've been there, but it's been a while, you know?
Well, if you're going south, I've got a letter that you might want to drop off.
Oh, I can do that. Assuming, you know, I don't get eaten by a dragon or something before then.
Well, are you heading out right now, or are you gonna stay
Yes.
for a little bit?
I was waiting till I ran into the group of years, so yeah. While the sun is still high, before the feeling of dirt comes out from between my toes, I'd like to stick him in the mud once more and let the world know that Mooshnik's back in nature.
Okay.
Well, take care of yourself, Mushnik. Sure you'll outlive us all.
The way all of you run around, I wouldn't be surprised.
Where did Xylund go?
I
No.
said my goodbyes.
He
was-
and the Sully were and then and she gets dressed really fast, but that boy has no sense of hygiene. Do not
I
shake
knew
his
it!
hand ever.
Well, regardless, I don't think I've ever experienced him moving that quietly. Normally a lot louder.
I mean, well, we don't have our armor on, so.
I wasn't talking about the armor.
Oh. I gotcha.
And with that, I say goodbye again for like the third time.
Again.
We'll miss you, Mooshnik.
Anyways, now that Xylund has wandered off, so I think you're all underselling the sheer amount of tension between our Paladin friend and Ulrich Lacard.
Who am I giving this letter
Oh,
to again?
yes.
That's
Oh,
what I
God.
was saying.
We should get him to publish more about Ulrich
Oh,
in general.
Don't
Just so
worry,
he can hear about it by surprise on the street.
What do you think I was whispering to him while you all were arguing and nattering on?
Billy,
I
you're a
love you.
genius.
You're the best sister.
I do try. Also, you didn't hear that from me. Any of that.
course
I'm a
not.
very serious person who only does very serious things.
Of course.
Kern looks at Lily with even more respect than usual.
All right. Any other business that you would like to complete before your induction ceremony? Because that'll probably be the last thing that we do in this session.
Do
I
you
would
guys want
very
to go
much-
portrait hopping today or tomorrow?
We should
I
Wait,
would
probably-
very-
portrait hopping?
I would
Oh,
very much.
Yeah, that's a thing that is happening. I'm not quite sure who can do it, but I'm under the impression that possibly Xylund and Lily can. Also, I stole a painting.
Okay, well, as intriguing and interesting and curious and frightening as that sounds, I would really like to not have stone legs anymore.
Oh yeah, that's a good priority.
So what's the verdict? I will miss Mushnik too.
I'd like to I don't know when I don't know what your plans are, but at some point I want to sort out the stuff with Davynn's Manor.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I don't know how long that takes. Like,
That sounds
That-
like a long thing.
Yeah, that's probably a fairly, because you're dealing with bureaucracy.
okay.
And I mainly wanted to get a cleric to use Greater Restoration on me.
Oh,
If
I
that
can do
helps.
that.
I will guarantee you right now it will not work.
Well, shit.
Oh, bummer.
Okay,
Ouch.
this is why I want to talk with Bowen. I want to get her opinion on what the hell's going on. But that's probably going to be a thing as well, so that can happen next
Okay.
time.
Anybody else? Do you want to touch the painting today?
That's up to the other two.
I'm
Well,
game.
I'd really like to know before. I mean, I imagine I probably won't be able to, but I'd like to know. Suspense kills me.
Let's find a private place to pull out the stolen goods then.
All right.
Well, we do have rooms.
You do.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good point. I just want, I don't know, we're gonna walk in and all Cat's gonna hear in all of our heads is, oh, we stole something.
Well,
It's fine.
That's fine. Yeah,
You take her.
it's fine.
She won't care.
All
She's
right.
got bigger things to deal with.
Yeah. The whole city's on fire still.
Mhm.
I imagine she'll probably just call us all idiots again and tell us why we're stupid and rub our noses in it as usual.
It sounds like that. All right, so you go back to your rooms, and yeah, I know, super hot. I love cat. So you go back to your rooms and liberate your painting,
Yep.
which has been liberated from its frame. And again, Xylund and Lily and anyone else who is witnessing this, it's just a very, very impressionist version of a forest with lots of pinks and browns and greens.
So what you do is you
So-
touch it. I don't really know what else to say.
I touch it.
Okay, Xylund, you can go through.
Oh, I go
Oh,
through?
hell yeah. Lily,
Mhm.
try.
Lily
Alright,
touches.
Here goes. Canvas.
And Lily touches canvas.
Just what made you think that I would be able to do this?
Because we're twins, mostly.
Yes.
And there was the implication that that might be relevant. I'm gonna go make sure Xylund doesn't burn things down from the inside.
Yes, well, we need to have a conversation.
That we do. Oh, here, hold this, and I'll hand her the rock and go into the portrait.
Super
I
fast.
still can.
So Lana gets into the painting as quickly as possible. Yoink.
She has to come out sometime, and Lily now has the painting.
Oh
Yes, you two are now in this painting that you have left in care of Lily.
This is
And
fine.
Lily is now very angry.
All right.
If you burn the painting, we die in real life. Maybe.
Maybe.
So,
So
who's,
here you
who's
are.
in charge here? Let's go talk to him.
Yeah, do you have a, usually I just play an instrument and he shows up, but we can probably wander and accomplish the same effect.
Okay, let's do that. Well, what? Or you could try your instrument.
Yeah, I'll just do that. There we go.
Oh,
All
wow.
right. Yeah. So Lana plays her tune, and our host arrives. And again, Xylund, you did catch glimpses of him when you were in your painting state. So he does look vaguely familiar, but you couldn't exactly hear everything he was saying. It was kind of muffled and garbled, so his voice is a little surprising. But yeah, you're vaguely familiar with him. As he comes from around the tree as usual, broad smile. You're back already with a
Yeah.
friend.
Yeah, I told you I'd bring somebody. He's not dead or a painting.
Excellent.
Drawing. I liberated your portrait painting.
Oh, are we out of the castle?
Yes.
Excellent.
As we're
Wait.
still in the castle.
I thought I'd lie just in case.
Why do you want to be out of the castle? Were you a prisoner there?
In a manner of speaking.
Who imprisoned you? Wait, what's going on here?
I don't actually know.
The questions for another time. I have questions for you. I wanted to know what it was like to be inside that painting.
Oh, well, I went to Gren in Heaven, but I was also kind of... It was weird. It was like my awareness was split. I was playing, or trying to teach my soulmate horse to play dragon chess in Gren in Heaven. But I was also kind of aware of this other world. There was this place, apparently.
I see. It sounds very confusing.
Yeah, well, I have a complicated mind. I was able to sort through and untangle the mess.
Ah.
But who are you anyway? Like, what's your name?
Oh, that's not important.
Yeah, you don't get an answer to that one.
So are you a Glamored?
That's not entirely correct. How you ask a lot of questions for someone who was so recently dead.
Oh well, I operate in the gray areas between life and death, and I look sort of edgelordy as I say it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think you can look any other way.
But so okay, so I'm assuming since Lily isn't here, she wasn't allowed in, right?
The portal only works for certain people.
So why me?
Well, you've been here before.
Okay, why her?
Plus,
Point at
plus
Lana.
Xylund knows of the elemental plane of love.
Clearly. Why her? And he kind of tilts his head toward Lana. Why not?
You don't. Okay. So if I ask too many questions, am I going to get kicked out because you don't seem to like questions?
Oh, I don't mind questions.
You just don't like answering them.
Xylund, I
Alright.
brought you because you have a tendency to like push these things. Also, I thought you'd like it, so like go ahead.
Oh, okay, cool. So I take a seat. and
So
I
basically,
lean-
you brought bad lawman.
Oh yeah.
So what do you know about Temlacos? Or what do you know about Green Eyes?
I don't know either one.
What do you know about what's been going on? Do you know like anything that's going on outside your painting?
Not. I don't know much of the human world. No.
So is this the old world?
No, this is my world.
It's a different dimension, though.
It's a construct. It exists within the painting, but only within the painting. It's a safe place.
Safe
Don't you
from
feel
who?
safe? Well, from humans, mostly.
I'm human.
I see that.
Am I human?
Well, you were never human.
You know what I mean.
No, as I explained, you're special.
Special how, though?
I'm not sure it's my place to say, but
You're dumb, Xylund.
she has.
I'm
She's
dumb?
special. She has ties to the old world, so she's always welcome here.
How did she get these ties to the old world?
You'd have to ask her, I imagine.
And for
How
that,
did you?
being in the wrong place at the wrong time, mostly.
So what do you have to? Okay, so what do you have to gain from us? It seems like, I mean, don't take this the wrong way, but you seem like a fairly calculating individual in your little painting here, sort of nudging Lana into freeing you from the castle. So what do you have to gain from us going forward? Like, I assume that you could, if you wanted to, bar us from entering the painting.
I could.
So why did you let us in? Aside from loneliness, presumably.
Well, that's partially the reason. I don't see others often, and I see others like her even less often. And I was genuinely curious about your experiences. I have a very limited window on the world, and when I see interesting things, I like to collect them. Is that a problem?
Well, I don't know, because I don't know who you are, because you won't tell me your name.
Oh, that actually brings something up. Xylund, introduce yourself.
No. Wait, why'd you just use my real name?
No, it's the next step. And I'll turn to he who will not give us our name. So is his name Xylund?
What?
Is his name Xylund?
Yes, I'm asking in your opinion.
That's hardly germane to the conversation.
It relates, I promise, sort of.
That is a name that I believe he's chosen for himself, and I respect that.
Thank you.
Gotcha.
But no, it is not.
God damn it.
There we go. Yeah, see, this is why. He did that to me last time, and I wanted to see if that was like a me thing or just a him thing.
What, your name isn't Lana?
Apparently not.
What is your name then?
Wouldn't give me that answer.
That's something we will have to learn. That's I have, and he appeals directly to Xylund. I have no ill intentions. I'd like to leave the castle because the castle is dreadfully boring. And I'd like to see more of the world, and I would like to interact more with your friend. And I have much to teach her about who she is and where she comes from.
That's why I
don't see
liberated
that
the
as a-
painting.
See? No harm.
I mean, the first time I came here, I was unbelievably vulnerable. Some sort of calming magic, kind of like you when you're on drugs. And nothing ill happened. Didn't try to make me even move the painting anywhere. That was my idea.
Okay. So in exchange for like Lana giving you tales from the outside world and such, you're gonna help her figure out who she is, like what her real name is and how she's tied to the old world?
Of course.
So
Seems like a good deal to me.
yeah, it does. I'm not knocking it. But also, you say you're not glamored, but do you know of the glamored? Like,
Yes.
is this place is also tied to the old world, right?
It is the best approximation.
So this is what the old world looks like. How big is it?
How big is this place?
Yeah.
Well, it's as big as I want it to be, I suppose. And yet, it's still just a painting.
So you're not glamored, but you are from the old world.
I'm of the old world, yes.
Of the old world. What's the difference?
If I were from the old world, I would no longer be of the old world. You see?
I think so.
I, sort of. So is the old world is part of who you are?
Of course.
And this place?
Yes. It's part of it. Don't you feel it when you're here?
I think so.
I don't think I feel it, but that makes sense. Alright, well, can I come back too? Because I have plans. Like I have
Oh no.
I have this idea for this invention that would let me project false worlds, much like this. That you're
I don't think this is false, but continue.
well, whatever. It doesn't have to be false. Like if it's a real world, even better. But if we could somehow, take what you do and mechanize it so that it can be duplicated outside of the painting, like in a less, it doesn't have to be quite this aggressive. I mean, this is pretty amazing. But well, we can talk about it more later. But
Please, yes.
You could help me sort of think this through, whether it's even possible, I'd really appreciate it. And if there's anything I can do in return, within the bounds of reason. I'd also like to just check in occasionally to make sure you're not, devouring Lana's soul.
I'll be
Stuff like
fine.
that.
He laughs and addresses Lana. If you have any more like this one, please bring them.
I can try. They seem to get caught at the door.
It happens. But yes, I am more than happy to discuss whatever you want to discuss. As long as, of course, you decide to allow me to travel with you.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. I mean, if you escape from the painting, I guess we'll deal with that. Although,
I mean, you'll be stuck in a bag, so
I see.
do you even want to get out of the painting? Like, how much are you aware of outside of the painting?
I am not. I don't involve myself with the outside world.
That's probably a sound policy.
not the worst idea.
Who'd we lose?
But-
That was
That
Twinki.
was Twinkie. He was headed out.
Uh,
But, we can take the painting out of the bag sometimes, give you something better to look at, and some more interesting people if I'm able to drag them in here.
It would be a pleasure to see some different scenery and get to know different faces.
so, I mean, since we're all using fake names here anyway, why don't you just make up a fake name for yourself and we can call you that?
Names must be earned. Sorry.
That tracks.
So what are we going to call you?
Whatever you want.
Painting guy?
I've been calling him the guy in the painting.
Okay. All right.
Alright. You guys done?
We'll be back.
Yeah, we'll be back. It's a
Good.
lovely painting you have here.
Thank you.
I don't want to accidentally miss that thing Nasali has because I was in a painting. That would be hard to explain, along with the painting.
So he guides you to the meadow that is the exit. Promises if you take 2 steps, you'll be out. He says it the same way every time.
So I guess we exit.
Yep.
All
As soon
right.
as they leave the painting,
Uh-oh.
I grab it.
I cover my head.
I grab it, I roll it up, and I stare my sister down.
Hello?
We are going to have a conversation, sister.
Oh, hey?
I believe it's the least you can do considering.
I'm not sure I follow, but I'm
Whack
happy
outside
to
with
talk.
painting.
Ow!
Hey, be careful with that.
Careful with that!
Yeah, put it back in the bag where it's
Yeah.
safe.
Please. Like really big too.
There's a guy living in that painting.
I will give this back after our conversation.
No. Put it back. Give it back, Lily.
Take a step back, fold my arms.
Just
You
give
don't
the
get
painting back.
get to lord that over me, sister. Give it back.
It's
You don't get to take stupid risks with your life.
I am clearly fine, and I knew
For
that
now.
I was.
And you didn't even talk to me about it.
I knew you would have stopped me. And don't you tell me I'm wrong, because I know that I'm not.
And I know more of this than you. You decided you didn't want anything to do with it. I'm the one who spent a year making this damn stone. I'm the one who had to watch and worry and be terrified that you were going to die any day.
I'm not sure that what's going on here has anything to do with you, Lily. I don't want to hurt your feelings.
It has everything to do with me, Xylund. And you
Well,
have
then-
no idea what's going on, so please, kindly stay out.
No, I think they deserve to know at this point. I already filled Davynn in, so it's a matter of time for the rest.
Oh, believe me, Kern and Davynn have already been filled in, but they're not interrupting our conversation.
Davynn was about to interrupt. He
Yeah.
does not.
It's like his mouth and finger open, and he just closes like.
I don't really want to be involved, to be honest. I just want you to give the painting back and then for you two to sort out your differences because that
And I
painting
will
is
give it
valuable.
back.
We can't
Well, give it
talk
back
to each other like adults if you're busy lording that over my head.
I'm
You
not,
know how
but
important
sister-
it is.
Sister, every time I try to talk to you about it, you avoid the subject. So I'm going
right
to give
here,
this back.
and I'm saying we'll talk about it. Give me the painting, Lily.
After our conversation.
I'm doing this. We're twins. I'm older. You don't get to do this. Anyway,
Sister,
don't we have somewhere to be?
not till tomorrow.
We've got a coronation to go to, or whatever that thing was called.
I'm sure to Davynn it's all a coronation. Like, it's all
Yep.
the same thing. You guys are all gonna get crowned. It's gonna be great.
Just pointing that out in case we had somewhere else to be.
Yep.
Wasn't that tomorrow?
It is.
I'm not
Yes.
letting time skip without Lily giving back the painting. I mean,
Yeah.
Okay. Fair
Okay,
enough.
that's fair. I don't even
So-
think she could carry it. It's huge and heavy.
Yeah, it is. It is a massive.
I used a
painting.
500-pound spell to get that thing to move.
Yeah.
I mean, I
you
have the
wouldn't-
same spell.
Not forever, you don't.
Since you passed
You've
it?
got slots.
I mean, if I would be unable to hold it without it, then
Yeah, you
yes.
would be unable to, especially to manipulate it and to hang on to it. You would need a levitate spell because it is large and cumbersome and heavy.
Then yes, especially
Okay.
because my strength modifier is not high.
Yes, it is. It is extremely heavy and it would be difficult to wield. Yeah.
So, sister, how about you explain?
Explain what? There's nothing to explain. I could go in there and I couldn't while I was holding the pendant, and I was fine while I didn't have it. That
Yes,
is the
and-
state of things.
And if you remember
Davynn was
last
right
time,
there. If I collapsed, he would have put it right back on me. I was fine.
Davynn, when she handed that to you,
Yeah.
did you know that it was quite probably the key to her survival?
No, because
He
you
didn't-
guys don't tell us this
Yeah,
stuff.
that's fair. I should have. Either way, he's not an idiot.
So he would have
figured
so
it out.
Yes, I'm sure he would have figured out that that pendant is the only thing keeping a slow acting curse
If
from
I handed it
destroying
to him
you.
and I dropped, I had a feeling he was going to hand it back. It's one of those things. It's very
Sister,
intuitive.
If you don't recall last time, it wasn't a slow act. It wasn't an instantaneous curse. It was
In
slow
which case,
acting.
then I would be able to ask for it back myself. I took it
Yes.
back once I left the painting.
But you didn't put it on. You're gallivanting around, taking your life into your hands. We don't know if the progression is
If this will
reset
get
or if
you
it's just
to
going to
stop,
continue.
Then just hand it back to me. I'll put it on and we can talk like civilized people.
As soon as she puts it on, I'll hand the painting over.
Back in the bag of holding that goes.
All right.
yeah, I
Just,
think next time we go in, we should maybe put it in someone else's safekeeping.
Sister, I have been researching this for years now. I understand you didn't want to be told no, like the impulsive, petulant child you can be.
Oh, Jesus Christ, both of you just shut up.
Love Kern.
Excuse me, family matter.
Yes,
However,
you're supposed to love each other. Just
and
deal with
families
it.
fight,
Yeah.
Kern. They fight, they argue because they care. Please butt out.
If you
I'm
don't
sorry,
mind my
Kern.
saying, it sounds a little bit like. It sounds a little bit like he's concerned about this too.
And
And
considering
we're all concerned about you guys right now.
Now,
they have a right to be involved, Lily.
they do, but this. Not until they understand.
They
I understand.
They can tell. They know. Certainly been filled in the last hour.
They didn't spend years of their lives dedicating everything they had to this, okay?
I was the one dying. You don't have a bigger stake in this than I do.
You didn't care. You went off as if there was nothing wrong. And every time I tried to continue, every time I wanted to talk to you about it, you acted like I was some burden on your time.
That's not true, and you know that. Lily, can we... You know that I love you. You know that I appreciate you, and I know that I wouldn't be alive without.
Sister, you just need to talk to me. Maybe I
talk
would
to
have
you.
been against it, yes. But at least I have knowledge that can help. I'm not opposed to helping you figure something out if you think you have an understanding of something. But I can't help you if you don't talk to me. That's if you couldn't understand, is what made me so angry. Not that you're going gallivanting off into paintings, not that you took it off in the first place, that you didn't talk to me about it.
I'll
I can
Tell you
understand you
going
taking.
forward. Just we're not children anymore. Want to do something, you don't get to tell me no. I'll tell you, I will listen to you. And that's all I
I
can do.
never pretended I could tell you no, sister. But when somebody knows something more, it's generally advisable to keep them in the loop before you make decisions.
Speaking of that, are we just stealing this painting?
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
obviously.
Okay, all right.
Get the important questions answered.
Of course. Are you kidding me? Nasali didn't even believe me that I climbed in there.
Yeah, it's the only thing she asked for too, and we all got. Well, you haven't gotten anything yet, but the rest of us got cool
But you
stuff.
could ask for other things. I mean, I didn't actually ask for the painting, but like it's an extension.
I mean, I heard that we're getting a ship, so that's like
That's pretty cool.
Pretty
I'm
As a
really
paladin
excited for
of
that.
Brennan, I give it my rubber stamp. It's lawful.
See, we're fine.
I don't trust your rubber stamp one bit.
As you guys are standing around having this conversation, you can hear coming down the hallway a series of polite knocks as someone is going from door to door
And getting nobody.
and
because we're
knocking,
all
yeah, and
crammed
not
in
getting
here.
an answer because you're all in one room.
Yeah, I storm out of the room, slamming the door behind me.
All
Is she
right.
gonna be okay?
oh man, I was gonna be like, don't come in, we're busy right now. All of us.
Probably not, but eventually.
Yeah, I'll talk to her.
Should one of us go talk to her, or
Let her cool down.
Yeah.
So the
Whatever-
knock finally
want to be
arrives at your
reasoned with.
door.
I'll say to Lana, whatever the original intention of that necklace was, she seems to be treating it like a collar on you.
Yeah.
I wouldn't humor her more than she deserves.
I'll put it in a pocket.
Okay.
hi,
We're-
who's there?
I was gonna say, little polite knock on the door. Now that she can hear you, I'll talk in there. And she already passed Lily in the hall, who was, hobbling her way angrily. And it's one of the handmaidens who sort of pokes her head in and says that supper is served whenever you have time, whenever you wish.
Oh, great, thanks, Vicky.
I go back. I go back to my room and I summon my cat.
Okay.
I do not leave for the
Yeah.
night.
Okay.
Hey, Xylund, have you ever considered two things very quickly before we go eat?
Yeah.
Very quick things. One, I broke the flamethrower.
Oh shit. Okay.
Here, if you think you could fix that.
I'll
It
give
went
it
to
a
a
shot.
very good cause, for what it's worth.
Okay.
Room full of insects. Second thing, have you ever considered adding wings to your horse?
I'm not sure I could do that without summoning a different horse, and I think I got the best horse they got in Grand
Alright.
Heaven with this one.
That makes sense. I'll
Also,
try it
we're
with a different
soulmates.
horse. Aw. That's really
But-
cute.
Thanks for the offer. If you were offering to give him wings.
I was, but I will gladly make another horse.
Okay.
Can
We're
I
not-
ride it?
Horse?
Yes.
I'm wondering how big I can make it, like how many people we can fit on it. That'll be the test.
All right. So you guys have your supper. And the rest of the night is fairly uneventful, I'm assuming.
Mhm.
Lily is in her room. You guys are all basically you basically have free reign of the castle, but it's still very short staffed. So you don't see a whole lot of people. Most everyone is outside doing what they can do in Greylock. But there is clearly some activity going on in the Chamber of the Voice, the throne room, where they're setting up for the induction ceremony for the next day. And you guys are allowed to retire to your rooms whenever you wish. Xylund, you are afforded a room if you'd like one.
I guess I can't. Yeah, I won't even push it. I'll just go to my room.
You can't what?
Oh,
What is it
wow.
you want to do?
Oh, wow.
I'll just
It's not
stay in her
gonna
room.
push
I don't
what?
have to actually. I mean, I wouldn't force myself on her or anything.
Oh my god!
Good. Good. That's
Yeah.
not like a good thing. That's like baseline.
No.
Absolute baseline.
Why don't we talk about affirmative informed consent?
Ow!
I would
She
like.
gets me.
I would like to knock on Lana's door at some point
Okay.
in the night,
Go ahead.
All right.
and walk in and be like, "Hey, is this a good time?"
It's not a bad time.
Cool.
Yeah, sure.
So, that was tense back there.
Yeah. That's putting it lightly.
Has she always been like this, or has this been recent?
No, it's kind of always been like this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I kind of thought going around and saving the world would distract her for a little while.
yeah, but I guess now that we don't have a world to save, do you think if we fix whatever's going on with your curse, then that'll
I
fix
mean,
things? Or
I would hope. I don't have a lot of hope that that's something that can be done, or that
Why
it's
not?
something that can be done without risking all of your lives. And that's with her. That was always something that I always tried to discourage her from. And so, with even more of you involved, I want to even less.
I mean,
I'm fine. I'm
we've
healthy.
been risking our lives for a little bit now. I think
Yeah,
this
but
is kind
for
of our
an entire
baseline.
city, the world, it's different. And again, I'm fine. Really, I'm fine. I don't know how long I'll be fine, but I was a lot less fine before, and right now I'm all right.
Yeah, I guess so. do you feel
Yeah.
like there's some weird parts of our whole story, like stuff that shouldn't be happening but
Like-
is happening?
Most of it.
Like, I know you've been trying to set up some sort of grand arc for, like, me, for example, right? But then,
Yeah.
like, I feel like if this were a Jack Dangerous novel or something like that, then he'd find his father and then they'd have either a confrontation or he would, go on to learn new techniques from him and they'd be friends, or his father would turn out to be secretly
Yeah.
evil and they'd have to fight each other. But no, he's just dead.
I'm gonna hug Davynn.
I will
It's-
hug back lightly.
First thing when we leave, we'll go check it out.
I mean, it's not that big of a deal. Like, he
But
never was
it
part of my
is.
life. He was never part of my life though. So I guess it's not like anything's
but-
changed.
Closure is helpful. And there's a small chance she's wrong. She's probably not, but it'll be good to know one way or the other.
Yeah, I guess.
I
And then,
don't
like-
really remember my parents much, and it's still something that keeps you up sometimes.
How old were they when that all happened? How old were you guys?
10? A little younger? Not old.
That's a while that you guys have been on your own then.
We
did-
may do. Lily had a teacher for a while. We moved in with them.
When did the that stone get made?
That was pretty recent. That was a year, maybe two before we
So
ran
wait,
into
you spent
all?
like what, 10 or so years dying slowly?
Yeah, kind of.
That sounds awful.
I mean, it wasn't fun, but I had a lot of time to come to terms with it. I went to Bardic College. I roamed the world a bit. I got a lot done, and then abruptly I wasn't dying. So it's been wild.
So like, you were trying to, I guess, live your fullest life, and then suddenly
Yeah.
you get
That was
all of
always
it
my
back?
approach. We don't know what's going to happen, so let's just act like it's not happening. That was my approach. Lily never bought into that. And then she made that thing and I felt a lot better. Like, a lot better. Very quickly. Hopefully it lasts forever.
Hopefully, yeah.
Either way, enjoying being with you guys. It's been pretty wild, to say
Yeah,
the
it's-
least.
It kind of has been.
Did
We've
not-
been enjoying having you around.
Yeah, I'm glad. It'd be rough if you abruptly tried to kick us to the curb. You couldn't, but you could try.
Wait, why couldn't we?
We wouldn't let you.
Fair?
I have half a story written. I'm invested in this.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Question, by the way.
Yeah?
Kern and Xylund, like, they have their own story arcs too, right?
Yes. Graphic.
Say again?
Graphic story arcs. But their own individual ones too, yes.
Hold on.
Oh no!
All right.
Wow,
Here,
they're
we're
probably
about
gonna
to
fight
go
a
to
battle
sleep.
together soon.
We're about to go to
Yeah.
sleep. Take a D8 on that. Get you up to 10.
A whopping 10. Yeah. That
Oh,
inside as sharp as ever.
Gotcha. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well.
So, everything's in progress. Not to say you guys don't have pretty impressive stories already. Like, we could easily package that up into 2 or 3 novels just by itself.
Yeah, but I mean, you guys are part of it too, which I guess is kind of conflict of interest. But I feel
Yeah,
like we should try to.
I have been writing about us so much, aside from the dinosaurs. That's been in there.
I just feel like we should try to, resolve your arc as well, with whatever is going on with you.
If it aligns with saving the world, it's truly not as big a priority to me. Though the portrait thing's pretty cool. Not gonna lie, I am really enjoying that.
Do you want to
Even
do
for
some
now,
more
Karen-
storyboarding real quick?
Oh sure.
Okay, figured out.
All right. So Lana and Davynn have a little slumber party, storyboarding in Lana's room.
Mm-hmm.
I'll
Anybody
go
else?
visit the other.
You gonna go after the other
Sister.
tiefling?
Yeah.
All right, go Kern.
I bring in a whole bunch of like sea charts and stuff.
Oh, do you
and,
need the
like,
good
tools.
lawman for this? I'll come too.
Very much does not.
No. I'll knock on Lily's door. Ding, ding, ding.
It's open.
Hey, so
Kern, just real quick, Kern walks in. There's like no lights on, and there is a bundle in a corner of the room hugging a very familiar albino cat.
hey,
Oh, super emo engaged.
you okay there? Got a little intense.
Cut my life into pieces.
You see Lily like kind of wiping at her eyes. I'm fine. Why wouldn't I be fine?
Not easy. I'll put down all the D scrolls and stuff and go over and just sit down next to her. Family's hard. You love her, that's why it hurts so much. Wasn't actually gonna come in to talk about it. I was just gonna keep you company because I didn't know if you wanted to talk about it. But also, the servants come in and out, so I'm not gonna be able to sleep tonight. Be up thinking about that, so figured I'd just keep you company. Wanted
Lily
to.
gives a little bit of a snort at that. She wasn't there when it happened. I don't know where she was, but she was off doing her thing. She was very outdoorsy, bright and cheerful. I was always with my mother. Don't recall exactly what happened. Just know that my father did something stupid. There were a bunch of bright flashes and this figure, and next thing I know, they're dead. We thought that was the end of it until Lana started getting sick. We were kids. We weren't even old enough to take care of ourselves, and yet nobody wanted to take care of the strange girls who weren't human.
Sorry you had to go through that. But you got a family here.
Yes, and she seems hell-bent on driving herself into an early grave. She's all I have left. And she's my twin. And
We're not gonna let her die. Davynn's not. Xylund's not. You're not. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not gonna touch that. Xylund might. Right.
that stone, Kern, was a miracle. It was a fever dream that, when I woke, I realized could actually work. And it did. Those years, as she got slowly worse and worse and worse, I don't know if she realizes, but she lost that spark of life she always had for a very long time. Then I made that stone, and she got better.
Seems like to me, Lana's the kind of person that wouldn't let imminent death get her down. Maybe, I'm not saying like this in a bad way, but yes, it was terrible that she was slowly dying. But she was enjoying what she had left, and because you loved her so much, couldn't see anything else but hurt.
She didn't have a whole lot of strength left, Kern. Now she does, and that's great. But she might not be afraid of imminent death, but resigning herself to it. Selfish. So very selfish.
Because wanting her for yourself is also kind of selfish, Lily.
Don't want her for myself.
I know.
I want her to not leave me alone.
I put my arm around Lily and just hold her like, you're not alone. You're not gonna be alone again.
Lily just kind of buries her face in Natalie's fur. Just kind of having these occasional dry, hiccuping sobs. She doesn't understand.
No, I know. But she's happy.
It's so very simple. Just wear the damn necklace. And that's...
Yeah.
I spent my whole life on this. I've... Everything I had. Everything I have, even today, goes to this. For her to treat it like it doesn't matter.
Kind of sounds like she doesn't know how much went into it.
She doesn't. She didn't
Tell her.
care.
Not that she didn't care. Like, if I were to give you... It's gonna sound like... This is a bad example. Say I give you 10 gold. You're just gonna be like, oh, thanks, like, I appreciate it, but you don't know that, like, 10 gold was the only thing that I had in the world to give. And that completely changes the context. And
sh-
I'm picking up that this stone cost a lot more than any of us will ever know. But she at least deserves to know. We don't need to know, but she does. That way she can at least understand why you, not saying why you're like this, but like why you hold this so dear. Okay?
Yeah. Suppose
Oh.
that's fair.
I'll be crying the rest of the night, okay? We're getting a ship, so I thought that we'd like plat out places that we'd like to go. Like, want to do that? Your mind off says? Look towards some good times?
Sure. You think we might be able to, at some point in the future, swing a trip to the Forge Islands?
Yeah, absolutely. And I pull out a sheet and like they should be like around over here, and then I kind of spend the rest of the night showing Lily how to do sea chart navigation.
Yay.
Crap.
Aww.
Aw, these are nice. Good guy, Kern.
So cute.
So you guys spend your evenings, I imagine Xylund is getting drunk and or smoking various things, plotting the death of Natalie.
Oh,
I imagine everything that
he,
Sin just posted.
if he touches Natalie again, it's straight up PvP.
I'm
Straight
imagining
up
that everything
instantaneous PvP. If I'm
that-
gone and somebody's controlling Lily and he touches Natalie, PvP. That's my rule.
Okay.
Everything that Sin has been posting in chat has all just been a fever dream,
Mm.
a big ol' hallucination.
All right. So you guys, you have your evenings. You're woken up in the fairly early in the morning by brigades of both handmaidens and who are people who are clearly with the Argent Order. Knocks on doors just after dawn. You're sort of corralled up and told that they need to get you fitted for armor. And so the whole morning is just sort of a whirlwind of being fitted and being measured and having things made for you. And like breakfast is basically what they shove in your mouth as you're standing there with things getting hemmed.
I would like
And-
to request a vest.
Okay.
Like a nice under vest with a jacket on top of it.
Okay.
Lily is almost falling over under the armor, and she's like, "I can't
Well,
wear this. I can
it's-
barely
not
carry
Phoebe.
myself."
It's not heavy. It's not heavy. It's you're basically being fitted for the Banded Brigade armor,
Ah.
which is either chain or decorated leather, depending on who's wearing it.
Your strength score.
Yeah. So our tankier classes would get the chain.
Ooh.
So you guys can all add chain shirts, but I mean it's pretty ceremonial. Like you would, it would get dirty.
I'm assuming
This
Lily
is-
gets.
These are
Get
sort of your
some-
dress blues here that you're getting fitted for.
I'm
We
wearing
never
a
wear
dragon
those
helmet.
anyways in real life. So.
No, you probably shouldn't wear it as your everyday. These are your good Sunday clothes. But no, it's not magic. It's just pretty fancy. But like most fancy gear, it's also not very practically made. Like this is not armor that you would take into battle. This is clearly ceremonial. The materials are like silver and things. There's some gold mixed in, and gold is terrible for armor. It's way too soft. But it looks cool, and that's what's important.
Absolutely.
So you guys get gussied up, and that takes a good chunk of the day. So it's easily mid-afternoon by the time you're released, and sort of shepherded from dressing rooms into the actual Chamber of the Voice. And Nasali is there on the muted throne in her usual gown, looking not much better than she did the day before, but attempting to appear in control She seems to have more handmaidens with her than usual, just in case. The room is also filled with members of the Argent Order, members of the clergy. A lot of high-ranking priests and priestesses are here to witness this. Davynn, you see quite a few faces from your trading cards, including Sergeant Clanripper, who would technically be your boss if you didn't report directly to Nisali. And so you're all kind of lined up, put on your marks, and it's all very. There's not a whole lot of personal touch to it. It's all very robotic, getting you lined up. But you're lined up in front of Nisali. Once you're in position, there is a musical fanfare from some group off stage. You can't quite see. The statues behind the muted throne that once showed the Seven Sisters, they are still there, but you can see that several of them have cracks that are running down them in various places. Another bleed over into reality from the construct, apparently. Hulfrun took the worst of it. Her statue is cracked in several places, but is still standing. So once you are in position, Nisali rises, stumbles slightly, but is caught just in time by a handmaiden who helps her approach each of you. And one by one, she places a gold or a blue sash trimmed in gold and silver. As she places it around your chest. And she smiles, she looks pleasant enough as she does this, just going from one to the other. And then when she's done, she says, "You guys can turn around now."
We turn around.
So you turn and you face this massive crowd full of very heavily armed and armored people. Kat's there in the back. She's got her arm in a sling, but she's there. She's wearing her fancy armor too. Everyone's got their dress armor on. And Nisali announces to the assembled crew the newest members of the Bandit Brigade, naming you each in turn. And then she claps her hands, and one of the handmaidens comes out of the crowd and presents you guys with 2 boxes. And she hands one to Kern, and she hands one to Xylund. And then she pulls a scroll out of her pocket, and she hands it to Lana. And Sally announces that as the special elite emissaries for Greylock, we have opted to give you this to get you started. We look forward to engaging your services as needed. You've done a great service to Greylock as it stands, and we hope you continue to fight for us in the future. And the assembled group claps. And that's it. Okay. Everyone starts to sort of mull around, and some leave right away, like they've got shit to do, and this was not on the agenda. And others kind of, mostly the clerics, sort of mill about like they're waiting for lunch.
If
in the box.
Can I?
Can we look
right.
at this?
We should look.
Can I ask a quick question
Yeah.
to Erie, the GM?
Yes.
Because Davynn just got a crazy idea.
Oh Lord.
Oh no.
And I need to know if Nisali would stop me being psychic and all. Because Davynn's kind of done with hiding who he is.
Oh Lord.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
And he wants to make it well known what he can do.
All right.
Oh,
What do you want to do,
damn.
Before people mill out of the
Right,
room.
right.
Yeah. I would like to step forward and say, in the service of the Seven Sisters, we swear our swords and shields, and then dramatically whip off my cloak and reveals the scales underneath, and spells to you.
I've got my dragon helm on, so I'll put my head back and let out my approximation of a dragon roar in support.
Awesome.
I will start a slow clap. And
So
if I'm the
definitely-
only one clapping, that's fine.
Lily will also clap.
Yeah,
Lily will join awkwardly.
that definitely gets a reaction from the assembled crowd. That you hear a sort of a coughing noise, like someone's choking on cigarette smoke from the back of the crowd.
No,
She
that's
should
just
have
Cat's
expected
fault.
this. She's more psychic than anybody.
And Asali kind of puts up her hands, and sort of simmers the crowd down a little. But it's definitely buzzing, that you have scales.
Ugh.
Yeah.
And I'd like to walk off of the stage.
All right.
Mic
Davynn's
drop.
like, I'm out. Yep, mic drop. Done. I'm out.
I think we can open up these boxes now.
Yeah,
Yes.
Next thing is opening the box. As soon as
Okay.
Davynn exits the stage, it's like, what's in the box?
All right. Kern.
Yes.
Your box has currency in it.
Ooh.
It looks like a mixture of gold and silver pieces plus some platinum in there as well. The equivalent of 600 gold pieces worth of currency
Awesome.
is in your box.
That's like 2 diamonds for Revivify.
Xylund, your box is full of gemstones.
Hmm.
There are definitely diamonds in there.
Oh, cool.
There
Stop
are
dying.
there are 3 usable diamonds.
Oh.
And then a smattering of smaller gems, the equivalent to an additional 400 gold pieces worth of cash, if you
Wow.
liquidate them.
As I'm rooting through, I'll immediately pick out the diamonds and just pass them over to Kern as we're looking through our respective boxes.
That makes
So
sense.
we got like, you said 3 diamonds that
There
are
were
used?
3, yeah, there are 3 that are large enough that they would work for spell components.
And how much is the rest in gems?
400
Okay,
is the equivalent in gems.
Guys, we're so rich.
we are.
Here comes the money.
Also, we've got a
And-
scroll.
Yes, Lana, your scroll. Your scroll is the deed to your ship.
I'll trade you this
Ah.
box for that.
I think Kern's
I'll
getting
keep it. Yes, you can
everything,
have
actually.
the ship.
Yep.
Kern's
It does
getting
not
diamonds.
have a name filled out yet. It just simply says that you have been afforded a ship by Greylock. So it's basically your letter of marque from Greylock. But it has a place where you can add the name of your ship and you guys can sign.
I will
It's already
very
been
carefully
stamped.
circumvent Xylund while I hand the nameless scroll.
And one of the members of the crowd comes up. He's dressed a little less, fabulously than everybody else. But he sees you guys looking at the scroll, and he approaches you, and he does a little like bow. He has his hat in his hands, and he said, "Oh, I'm the shipwright for the castle. It'll be about 3 weeks before she's ready, but we've got the order. So if there's anything you want done to her, sirs, you just let us know."
Oh, you don't even know.
Harpoons. I mean, can we have harpoon shooters? Is that a thing? I'll make a
This
harpoon shooter.
poor guy.
Yeah, I know, this poor tortured soul.
As Kern and Xylund start mobbing this guy, I want to, if there's time, kind of pull Lana to the side for a second.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Pull out a cigarette, light it, just
You are in the middle of the. Okay. This is
need
the
this
hill
for-
I'm going to die on.
This is not the most significant thing they just saw.
Yeah.
I am still upset with you, but that's me, not you. At the end of the day, you are my sister, and you're not stupid. You're not. So, I'm sorry for yelling at you last night.
I'm
I
sorry
was-
for running off and risking my life.
I was terrified. There is a not insignificant portion of myself tied up in that, actually. And that's why it works.
And how bad a time to say that I knew? I mean, come on, sis. It's been years, and that's why I wanted to see if it would work. If I would be fine without it. But that's something we can explore when we're not here and when we don't have a boat and when we're not surrounded by people who may or may not be forming a magic lynch mob in the next half hour.
Yes, well, I have legitimacy now, so I'm fine. Oh, also, you missed it, but I'm apparently a priestess of Nineveh now.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's convenient.
orders pending.
Damn.
That's one of the things I have to talk with Bowen about. What sort of expectations there are with that kind of role.
Legal magic.
That's a very big one, yes.
Yep. Seems
But-
helpful.
I just wanted to apologize because as scared as I was, there was no reason to rant at you like that.
You were forgiven the moment you left the room, you know.
We've been in some very terrifying situations. Some of them I wasn't sure we would survive. And I don't want us to grow distant when the next situation we inevitably find ourselves in could have us not being so fortunate.
Yeah. I don't know what to
So-
say. I love you.
Love you too, Anna. And yes, you are the older twin.
I am. I'm not gonna let you forget it. Let's go see if they've got any good, like, food or booze at this party. Not
I
really
would
a party,
kill for
but-
some wine right now.
Well, we can
But-
just follow Xylund. He'll have found it.
But I actually had an idea. I think with our group being all official and whatnot, it needs a name, yes? And at this point, I
Tentatively?
imagine at this point we rejoin the rest of the group. So we have, some lightning themed individuals, and we tend to either follow or create chaos wherever we go. So, and this is just a tentative idea. I mean, we can think on it, but I thought I would tentatively propose Storm Chasers for the name of our adventuring party.
Not gonna lie.
We can think about it.
I like it.
I like
Also,
it.
guys, hi, I'm back.
Hi.
Hi. You made a fuss?
Davynn's back from his mic drop.
Congratulations, Davynn. That
Oh.
was very brave of you.
Don't walk alone in the streets for a little while.
I'll be
Or,
fine.
like, you could beat them up.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Actually,
Anyways.
invite me if that happens.
Also, we need to think of the name of the ship, which I actually have an idea for.
Storm Chaser would be a pretty cool ship name too.
That would
Oh,
be a
yeah,
good ship
that's
name.
true.
It would, but the ship that I crashed on has a history of like crashing and then ships being renamed after it.
Oh?
Well,
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, that seems like we're cursing ourselves, but continue.
I know, but I feel like I should just carry on since I was the last
Yeah, that makes
member
sense.
of that.
well, don't
No.
leave us in suspense.
Camilla Moon.
I vote yes.
Sure.
like it.
Yeah.
Sure.
And if somebody has a different name for the group, I'm all ears, but I just wanted to tentatively offer something since it seemed like nobody else was
Yeah.
going to.
And now that we're
Frisk
getting
it.
important, we're gonna have to like put it down on things. What was that?
Frisket.
Brisket. That's a. You know what? That would make a decent horse name. I'll keep that in mind.
Alright.
yeah.
So we can shuffle you off as you discuss ship names and group names and horse
horse
names
names.
and
We know our priorities.
yes, clearly getting your
It's all branding. That's
on
all
point.
what we need
Yep.
to figure
Get
out.
your branding plan together. As you sort of follow the crowd of clerics to the large dining hall, where most of you have been before. And yes, there is food laid out. There is wine laid out. There is harder liquor laid out. It's a fairly sizable feast. People are kind of giving Davynn a wide berth, but other than that, it's perfectly pleasant in there, and Asali is sort of keeping the peace. But you're able to eat and drink to your heart's content, and that's where we will leave you guys off for this adventure, since we're running super long. But yeah, I'm glad
That's never happened before.
I know, but I really wanted to get you guys your prizes.
Woo.
So yeah.
Speaking of prizes, the eternal question:
What?
Did we
I
level up?
swear you guys leveled up inside that dungeon.
We did not.
We did
I
not.
did
You
not.
definitely
No
did not.
chance.
We leveled up before we entered the dungeon, but that was like back when that was
That
before
was
we fought
forever
Green Eyes.
That was like
Yeah.
January, yeah.
That was forever ago.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. You can level up.
I mentioned this story, and my other friend said, "Hey, your GM's sick. It's time to bench press them for a level." So
Fine. You guys
Okay.
can have cash and a level.
we're
All
so
right,
Super
spoiled.
but
important.
since we haven't leveled up since January, can we have 2 cash
You
and
know.
2 level?
No.
You're gonna get it revoked.